I'm ready when you are, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Good morning. We are resuming our hearing in case number 25-00066. This is in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Companies, CCNs, and more. We had, this meeting is being live streamed on YouTube. We had a brief procedural discussion before we went on the record regarding any procedural matters, and essentially some of the parties have waived some of their examination time and or want to move it for witnesses. There's also been I believe a change from what was agreed to for the presentation of the witnesses. So I guess when we left yesterday, I thought the presentation order today was going to be Parks, Fleischman, McCardle, Teisling, and Oz. And then WRA asked, since their witness is going to be out of the country next week, whether or not we could consider having Mr. Miller this afternoon. We said we would take that under advisement. Hearing Examiner Schaefer and I have spoken about that, and we believe we can make that accommodation, Ms. Beatles. And then the parties who had cross-examination for Mr. Miller have waived it. So what we would propose is give us till luncheon to see if we have questions for Mr. Miller. We will let you know whether or not he needs to stand for cross, or potentially if you can get an agreement to stipulate his testimony in by that time from the other parties, we can handle it that way. Okay?
Thank you, Ms. Hearing Examiner.
Very well. So with regard to this change now, that SPS would like to have Parks, Fleischman, Oz, Teisling, and Asmus. That was sent out last night. Why the change, Ms. Hardy?
Madam Examiner, a couple of things. One was that Ms. McArdle was not available today, and that was in our pre-hearing memo. And I was not able to chime in yesterday when that came up because my computer froze and shut down. So unfortunately, it was bad timing, but she's not available today. I don't believe any party other than staff has questions for her, and I think staff designated 5 minutes. So I don't know if there really will be questions from your honors. But in any event, she was not available today. So that was the first change. And then with respect to Mr. Oz, he needs to be on a flight this afternoon, later this afternoon. And so that's why we proposed to move him up with a.
Okay, because I thought the change went from he was not available at all the second week to he's not available, he's available except for Tuesday afternoon.
That's correct. But he is on a flight at 3 p.m. Central Time this afternoon. So we just proposed to move him up earlier today. Unless we would rather have him testify on Monday. But he is available this morning and is ready to testify. And I know that there are very few questions for Mr. Parks and Ms. Fleischman that have been identified by the parties.
Sorry, Ms. Hardy, you're breaking up. I know there were very few questions for Ms. Parks and
For Mr. Parks and Ms. Fleischman, so there is not a lot
Okay.
of cost time for them.
Okay, and why is it then now you're trying to add?
Mr. Asmus,
Yes,
in the event we get through the other witnesses, he's available this afternoon.
okay. All right. My note said that witness McCardle was not available on the 26th or 27th. Did I get that wrong?
I can pull up our pre-hearing memo. She's also unavailable on the 22nd and 23rd.
Right. So, yep, I see that. So basically, we're not going to be able to hear from Miss McCardle until Wednesday.
Yes, if there are any questions for her.
Okay. Not happy. Wish I had been alerted a little sooner than when we were discussing this, that we weren't going to be able to get her today, Monday or Tuesday, because we sure would have gotten her in yesterday. Okay, very well. So then basically, I see Mr. Oss is already in the witness room. Does that mean you're not going to start out with Mr. Parks or Miss Fleshman?
No, we're planning to start out with Mr. Parks and Ms. Fleischman.
Okay, well, you can tell Mr. Oz I'm not going to admit him then.
We'll do that.
Okay. Very well. I believe then that we have an order. Hearing examiner Schaefer, anything from you, sir, before we start?
No, I think you've expressed my thoughts, Madam Hearing
Thank you,
Examiner.
sir. Okay, SPS can call Mr. Parks.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. SPS calls to the stand Mr. Keith Parks. Already in the
Already
witness room and
waiting.
online with us.
Good morning, Mr. Parks.
Good morning.
Mr. Lee, would you please swear Mr. Parks?
Mr. Parks, would you
Madam
please raise
Hearing
your right hand?
Examiner, it may be on our end, but I think we may have lost your audio.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Skinner.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Good morning. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Keith Parks,
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Excel Energy. I'm manager of data science and analytics in commercial operations.
And do you have an exhibit before you?
I do.
Can you identify that for the record, please?
It is the direct testimony of Keith Parks on behalf of Southwestern Public Service Company.
And has that been marked as Exhibit SPS 15?
It has been marked as Exhibit SPS 15.
Was this document prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same, and would they be true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
With that, SPS moves for the admission of Exhibit SPS 15.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 15, the direct testimony of Mr. Parks as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 15 is admitted. Mr. Skinner?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. No further questions from me. Mr. Parks is available for cross.
Very well, and according to my sheet, I believe that the only party who reserved cross-examination time for Mr. Parks was staff. So Ms. Lang, Ms. Amer,
Yes, ma'am. Staff has no questions for Mr. Parks, but we would like to move the 5 minutes allotted to him to Mr. Lytle, please.
all right.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Parks, I think you're benefiting from the Friday, except we have a lot more witnesses and we have to come back next week, but the Friday, we don't have any questions.
Be happy
But
to cede my
welcome.
time. Yeah. Well,
Exactly,
thank you.
no. We
Madam-
we appreciate you being here.
Madam Hearing Examiner.
Mr.
Madam
Skinner,
Hear-
what?
Yes, ma'am. I did want to ask Mr. Parks one thing that was a question that had been deferred to him by Chairman Aguilera, if that's permissible.
Okay. Sure.
This was a question regarding how SPS would bid in the Sandy Loam solar project into the market. And so I just asked Mr. Parks to address that if he can.
Go ahead, sir.
The commercial operations offers all the units from SPS into the SPP integrated marketplace. Because Sandy Loam would be a PTC qualifying resource, that resource would be offered in at a negative production tax credit rate, actually a grossed up production tax credit rate, making that the generation available from that resource inevitably accepted into the marketplace, and it would receive energy revenues based on what the market could bear. So it would be largely accepted by the marketplace, and it would also then receive energy revenues and other ancillary revenues at whatever the market would bear.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Madam Hearing Examiner, that was the only question that I had for him based on the deferral of that question from the commission. So with that, we are no further questions on our end.
Very well. Mr. Parks, based on your answer to this question, is there some kind of documentary reflection of of these credits or the actual amount that you're allocating?
Clarify what you mean by credits.
You're saying in your testimony, the commercial operations offers all the units from SPS into the SPP integrated marketplace. Because Sandy Loam would be a PTC qualifying resource, that resource would be offered in at a negative production tax credit rate. Actually, a gross production tax credit rate, making the generation available from that resource inevitably accepted into the marketplace, and it would receive energy revenues based on what the market could bear. That was your testimony?
Okay, understand. So we're talking about the credits for which Sandy Loam would receive based on its generation.
And then also correspondingly, some kind of accounting for the revenues projected for that resource.
Could you state the question again, just all together?
Okay,
I have a clarification of what credits you mean. I'm now asking for the original question to be repeated.
well, okay, so that's your testimony. And I just want to know if there's some kind of documentary exhibit or table that actually can represent a value for your testimony.
I do not know of one if it exists.
So then how does SPS then or does SPS actually look at some type of revenue projection when they are evaluating what resources to bid in or what resources to bid in either into the SPP or into some RFP process?
I can only speak about bidding into the SPP integrated marketplace. I'm not the subject matter expert for the RFP, but I can answer the question regarding the SPP integrated marketplace.
Okay.
So the SPP, we offer a quantity of generation and at a price, that's the offer price, into the integrated marketplace. And then the integrated marketplace takes all of those generation and offered prices and finds the point at which supply and demand meet. And that point is what then drives the energy price for the resources within the SPP integrated marketplace. So commercial operations does not necessarily forecast what the prices are going to be. We are subject to the prices that the SPP marketplace creates as a function of stacking all supply resources and demand resources and coming to that market price. So no, we don't forecast it, though we help create that market price through our offers.
Okay, and do you also use in preparing that the bid into the SPP marketplace, do you also utilize information or assumptions regarding other costs like fuel costs and O&M?
Yes.
And do you represent that in any type of spreadsheet or ongoing formula? How do you do this?
Functionally, we do, not in a spreadsheet, but in a software that it integrates with the SPP IM. So we have software that collects and maintains a database of variable costs, fuel costs, variable O&M, whether the resource is qualifying for production tax credits or not, among numerous other variable costs. That software then helps create a cost-based offer, so that the resource is, we say, well, we don't want to offer this unless it can cover these costs, right? Like, please don't run it. And then the software then communicates with the SPP IM the totality of our offers, quantities, and prices. And then that same software then receives back what's called the awards, or the, which resources have been selected for the marketplace. And that database is then kept by Xcel Energy and on behalf of SPS.
And I mean, is this something that continuously happens, or is this done on a daily basis or a weekly basis?
It is a continuous process. So every day, there is a team that creates offers for the SPP integrated marketplace and pushes or offers those to the marketplace, and the marketplace then returns that in the form of rewards. The form of awards. There's also a real-time desk that is a 24/7 desk that is interfacing with the integrated marketplace on a 5-minute basis to deal with changes to availability of resources, changes in weather forecasts, and adjusting our awards on a real-time basis. It's a sophisticated operation that runs every day, all the time.
And how does Xcel and or SPS record or track a particular resource that was given an award at a certain price if that was utilized,
Mhm.
how does SPS or Excel translate back the revenue to the appropriate resource? After, again, after utilization of that resource.
Yeah, that's a little beyond my charge. That gets into market accounting. And while we are able and capable of tracking, I do know that we are able and capable of tracking revenues on a unit by unit basis. I believe Alex Trowbridge would be an appropriate person to ask about the recovery of such revenues and how they are allocated on a unit by unit basis.
So he's going to have the information then about, do you think he'll be able to quantify the numbers for the bid assumptions that you've said that you include for the variable costs, like fuel and O&M?
I may have misunderstood your earlier question. I don't believe he would be able to quantify or know what the variable costs are associated with every unit in a portfolio, like say SPS's portfolio. That would fall to me in terms of having knowledge about the costs of said resources, right? The fuel costs associated with a power plant, the variable O&M costs, its likely production, say in due to wind and solar forecasts. That would solidly fall within commercial operations.
And I guess again, I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way for the commission to quantify, based on the numbers that you used in your bid assumptions, to bid out a resource like Sandy Loam into the SPP, and then square that with the revenue if it's utilized. Well, the middle step being you offer it based on certain assumptions that have monetary impact, whether that be variable costs or the production tax credits, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then if there's an acceptance of, I guess, the terms, or you agree to change the terms or whatever, but there's some kind of acceptance, and then there's utilization of the resource, right?
Correct.
And then somehow you get revenue back from that utilization. And I'm just wondering then how, if Mr. Trowbridge is the one that can talk about how the revenue is accounted for, I'm just wondering how the numbers and the assumptions meet up with how it's allocated. Or do they?
I'm struggling with where the question is. There
Okay.
was a I would ask for that to be repeated, and I can then direct you. I think there's a fine line here as to whether the question is appropriate for me or appropriate for Mr. Alex Trowbridge.
Okay. Yeah, and again, I'm just saying you have certain knowledge in your head because you're the one that knows what the assumptions are that you're putting in the bid for any particular resource to SPP, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And so that's the beginning of the process. And then it sounds like Mr. Trowbridge is the end of the process, where the revenue comes back from the utilization of that resource, and the award terms and how much was actually utilized, right?
yes, and the how that revenue is then allocated is really where Alex Trowbridge's expertise lies, is in the where do those revenues go and where are they credited? As to exactly what those revenues will be is a difficult process, because that's, you're talking about an asset that's going to last many, many years out into the future. It's very speculative as to what its sum total of revenues would be. Alex Trowbridge, though, could talk to how that revenue would be captured and then allocated back to SPS customers.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Does anyone have, Hearing Examiner Schaefer? Any questions, sir?
Yes, I have a few questions. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Parks. Thank you for being here with us today. You work for Excel Energy, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain the relationship between Excel Energy Services and SPS with respect to the work that you do?
Yes, I can talk about the relationship between Excel Energy Services and SPS, as at least is it informed by my experience in commercial operations. Excel Energy Services, the employees at Excel Energy Services within commercial operations offers the units that participate in the SPP marketplace we offer the SPS facilities into the SPP integrated marketplace. We do that for all SPS facilities, and we do it for other operating companies that participate in similar marketplaces.
And can you explain a little bit, I'm cognizant, Mr. Parks, of the fact that that this is a public hearing and not everybody might have the kind of detailed insight into how everything works with these companies and their operations. And can you just describe for us in general terms the role that your work has played with respect to the bid, the IRP, and how it all fits together? That is to say, where does your work fit in all of this?
I do not bid any resources into the RFP. I am not part of the bid evaluation team. I am a representative of the operations of facilities. My role here was to evaluate the impact of the final preferred portfolio on reliability and whether we felt as an operations team, if we felt that this was an appropriate portfolio to maintain reliability.
So that's what I was getting at. Your work, as your testimony states, concerns an evaluation of the reliability of the proposed portfolio that we're discussing here in this hearing.
Yes.
And in that evaluation of the reliability, you used something called Encompass. Is that correct?
We used outputs from Encompass. Yes.
Okay. Can you explain what Encompass is?
Encompass is a tool used in resource selection by the bid selection team. It is also a production cost model that is useful for the type of evaluation that commercial operations performed in this case. It's often called the model in these proceedings.
Okay, so the bid selection team, that's at SPS, is that correct?
Correct.
But you used it in your evaluation as Excel Energy Services, is that correct?
Yes, we used the outputs from that model run as a production cost model. Therefore, it's providing hourly results in a simulated environment. And we were using the same model to produce the hourly outputs for the evaluation that my team performed.
Okay, I'm a little lost there with your answer. So there's we's, and sometimes it's
No,
unclear if we
apologies.
is SPS or no, never. An apology is necessary as long as we're working to clarify. So just take us through this a little bit. So Encompass is a third party proprietary software,
Yes.
and I believe what you're saying is SPS uses that software. Is that correct?
Yes, the bid selection team uses the software. I must
At SPS.
clarify that I'm a little uncertain now as to the division of labor between SPS and Excel Energy. I do know that Encompass is the software that is used in the bid selection process.
Okay. And in your professional experience, you're quite familiar though with Encompass as a economic software tool. Is that correct?
I am familiar with Encompass. I am not a direct user of Encompass, though I am familiar with Encompass, its role, and its outputs.
And you said just a few moments ago that it's a production cost model. Is that correct?
Correct. It is also a production cost model as well as the capacity expansion model. The capacity expansion model is used for bid selection. The production cost model then can use those resources selected and simulate it into the future on an hourly basis. It provides an extra set of granularity. So we often divide the problem into a resource selection problem and then simulate the selected resources on an hourly basis to provide more granularity for further analysis like was performed by my team.
Okay, thank you. And how far into the future is this simulated? Or was this simulated? How far into the future were the outputs from Encompass that you were provided? How far into the future were they? Did they go?
We evaluated 2030.
Till 2030. And
we evaluated only 2030.
Oh, only the year 2030. Okay.
Correct.
And I just want to ask you some questions now with regard to the conclusion in the white paper that is attached to your testimony. And you say that, well, before we get there, can you just explain to us what the island case is and what significance it has?
The island case, if I may, refer to my testimony. If I may, it's on page 7 of attachment KP-1 in the paragraph beginning under extreme circumstances. So under extreme circumstances, SPS may not be able to rely on imports from the Southwest Power Pool. SPS considers this to be the island case in which SPS operates independently or effectively independently from the Southwest Power Pool market because of extreme circumstances occurring regionally in the Southwest Power Pool footprint. SPS evaluated the portfolio under the island case with winter and summer extreme weather scenarios.
And can you explain a little bit for us how that was tested?
Yes, I'll continue reading the same place
Well,
that I left off.
put it in your own words. I would prefer
Sure.
if you just, paraphrase. In some ways, Mr. Parks, I'm your student. I'm your student,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
happy to be your student. And all of us are here to learn from you. And if you could just tell us sort of the mechanics of what a reliability test means. I think we discussed a little bit of it a few moments ago with the outputs that were generated from Encompass and provided by SPS to your team.
What we do
But
is
maybe if you could just explain to us a little bit about constructively or at a certain summary level what these tests entail and how they're performed.
in the case for the island case that we performed.
Sure. Yes.
We ran 2 cases, a summer and winter extreme case. What we did is we simulated a 2-week period, one in the winter and one in the summer, that using the final preferred portfolio as being presented in this proceeding, under an extreme weather case that we've experienced in the past. In the summer, we chose a 2-week period from 2019 that was particularly hot, and we chose a winter period in February 2021, known as Winter Storm Uri. We then simulated those 2-week periods that encompass these extreme weather periods with the current plan to simulate what would have happened had that event occurred with the final preferred portfolio in place, and as if it were 2030.
Thank you. And what were the results of the island case scenario?
Let me just review really quick the conclusion, and then I'll summarize.
Absolutely. Take your time. No rush.
The results of this reliability test was there was no loss of load events in the summer extreme case with the preferred portfolio, the final preferred portfolio. In the winter case, though, there were 21 hours that failed due to lack of energy. And specifically, the battery electric storage system resources ran out of energy with no ability to recharge in the winter extreme weather island case.
And what does that mean to you in your professional experience? What significance does that result have?
The significance is that under a winter extreme scenario, that the system lacks sufficient energy overall. And I want to divide here the significance of energy and capacity. There were resources available, right, from a capacity standpoint, but there wasn't enough energy in the prior hours leading up to that peak capacity period time to charge the battery sufficiently so that they would be available during that peak time. This sort of dearth of energy is, it shows that more energy assets would be advised to be procured in future cases, and or requiring greater reliance on the SPP interconnect to provide that energy in those prior periods so that the batteries would be available coming to that peak period.
Mr. Parks, how common or uncommon is it for SPS to operate in an island scenario?
I would say that it's rare. This is an extreme case. This test is, I'll just answer it. It's rare, if ever.
Have you ever in your time with Xcel Energy Services seen or been aware of the utility SPS operating in an island case scenario?
No.
I think those are all my questions. Well, actually, no, one more question I wanted to just discuss with you a little bit. The assumptions, did your analysis include assumptions for a certain amount of load in 2030?
Yes.
And what were the basis for those assumptions? That is to say, what inputs did you use and how were they derived?
The load was derived based on the meteorological conditions, or the loads were simulated based on the meteorological conditions as experienced in those extreme years in the past, the 2019 and 2021 years, and then forecast into the 2030 time period.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Parks. I very much appreciate your time and contribution to our hearing. Thank you. Now I'm muted too.
Oh,
Thanks.
I believe your mic is muted.
I wasn't hearing anything at all.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Schaefer. Any redirect, Mr. Skinner?
None.
Okay, Ms. Lang,
Yes, ma'am.
you have questions?
Yes, based on Mr. Park's discussion with both hearing examiners, I do have a few questions, if that's okay.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, let me start, Mr. Park. I wasn't going to ask you any questions, but here we are. Good morning.
Good morning.
So let me start with, I'm really glad that hearing examiner Schaefer talked about how you're the professor here and we're learning. So if you could answer some questions and clarify some things, that would be great. Let's start with negative pricing. In your discussions with hearing examiner Hurst, you talked about negative pricing. What is that?
I didn't actually talk about negative pricing, and I'm being nuanced here. I talked about a negative offer.
Okay, sorry, my notes, but yes, what is a negative offer?
So when we offer a facility into the SPP integrated marketplace, we offer the unit at its cost. This is most easily imagined for a resource like a coal plant or a natural gas facility that has a fuel cost associated with it. We offer it in at, say, $15 per megawatt hour because that's the minimum amount of revenue we would need to cover its costs, right? If the clearing prices were to be less than that, one would not expect to operate. If the clearing prices were to be more than that, one would expect to operate. In the case of a wind or solar facility, or really any facility that qualifies for a production tax credit, there is whether or not the facility generates will determine whether or not it receives its production tax credit. And that production tax credit has some monetary value. So to ensure that, or to increase the chance that that facility will receive its production tax credit, we offer the resource, and there are no associated fuel costs associated with this, like, say, for instance, a solar facility. What we do is we actually offer it in at minus PTC. If PTCs were, and I'm speculating here, $35 per megawatt hour, we would offer it in at negative $35. If the market prices were to clear at anything,
When you say negative 35, you mean like less than 35 or like
at negative $35 per megawatt hour. This is specifically the negative offer price that we were discussing moments ago.
Okay.
So we offer it.
Yeah. Go ahead, please continue. Sorry.
At negative $35 per megawatt hour is the offer, but the market may be able to bear $5 or $10 per megawatt hour, in which case that resource would be asked to generate. It would receive a production, it would receive sort of two value streams, if you will. It will receive the $10 from the marketplace, $10 per megawatt hour from the marketplace, and then through a separate mechanism, would receive a $35 production tax credit. And by offering it in at the negative $35 per megawatt hour in the first place, assures, or at least greatly increases, the chance that one would receive the production tax credit, or at least it values the production tax credit in the integrated marketplace so that those resources will generate prior to any other resource that either does not have the production tax credit or has associated fuel costs.
Thank you. That's very clear. I have another question. What benefits do New Mexico ratepayers get from SPS's market sales from Sandy Loam?
I'm not the expert on how the revenues are to be allocated. I do talk to Alex Trowbridge about that. I've been told that those revenues associated with Sandy Loam would be allocated to New Mexico ratepayers because they are paying for, or would be expected to pay for, the totality of the Sandy Loam facility. But please do, subject to correction, do ask Alex Trowbridge about this.
Will do. And I have another question, which I think it might be my last. Oh, I've got two more. When you were discussing Encompass with hearing examiner Schaefer, you talked about island scenario, and you said that it's not always the case that an island scenario, utilities function within that. So could you tell us why you went with an island scenario?
The island scenario, while it is, well, let me start again. We chose an island scenario to provide a case that was extreme, right? A case where the SPP was constrained, either the lines were unavailable, or most likely in this case that other parts of SPP are similarly situated to SPS in this extreme scenario, are unable to provide generation to SPS. It's a test. Think of it as a resilience or reliability test to see where the system does or would fail under this extreme scenario, right? I'm not saying that the system will fail because we anticipate there would be this island case, but it does indicate why a system would fail under extreme scenarios. It provides an indication of where the reliability concerns lie.
And just one more thing, why the year 2030 only?
That's what was asked for, and it seems like a good year that these resources would be in place, and seemed like a good year to study.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Lang. Any other questions for Mr. Parks? Very well. Hearing none. Mr. Parks, thank you for your time, sir. You are excused.
Great pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Mr. Skinner, you have another witness.
Madam Examiner, we do have another witness.
Ms. Hardy?
Ms. Anisha Fleischman. I believe she's in the waiting room, Madam Examiner.
Not anymore. Is she coming in where Mr. Parks left?
No, she is not. She's in a different location.
Okay, can we have Mr. Parks exit out then?
Yes, we will do that right now.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Fleischman.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Ms. Hardy, your witness?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Fleischman.
May I swear the witness, please?
Yes,
Yep,
please.
I was waiting for her full name, but okay. Go ahead, Mr. Lee.
Ms. Fleischman, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter of opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
ma'am.
Lee. Go ahead, Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. Ms. Fleischman, can you please state your full name for the record?
Nisha P. Fleischman.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Excel Energy Servicing, and I'm a senior agent in the Siting and Land Rights Department.
Do you have a document in front of you that is marked as SPS Exhibit 22?
Yes, I do.
What is that document, please?
It is the direct testimony of Nisha P. Fleischman on behalf of Southwestern Public Service Company.
Was that testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes, it was.
And if you were asked the questions in your direct testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And is your testimony true and correct?
Yes.
And are there attachments to your direct testimony?
Yes, there are.
And were those attachments prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, they were.
Thank you. Madam Examiner, I move the admission of SPS Exhibit 22.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 22? Ms. Fleischman's direct testimony as affirmed by her here today. Hearing no objection, SPS 22 is admitted. Ms. Hardy?
Thank you. I have no further questions for Ms. Fleischman. She's available for cross-examination.
Thank you very much. I believe that the first party to reserve time for Ms. Fleischman is CCAE. So Ms. Lynch or Mr. DeSalen? Questions for Ms. Fleischman?
We have no questions, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. DeSalen. I also believe that Prosperity Works reserved 10 minutes for Ms. Fleischman. Ms. Lynch, questions for Ms. Fleischman?
Not at this time, and thank you for understanding my disappearance.
Okay, let me find. There we go. Okay, well, that leaves staff, who I believe reserved 5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Staff has no questions for Ms. Fleischman and would like to move the allocated 5 minutes to Mr. Lytle, please. Thank you.
Okay. Got a couple of questions. Ms. Drake, you have questions for Ms. Fleischman?
I have a few.
Okay. Where do you want me to take time away?
I believe I had some time remaining from my previous cross. Is that correct?
With Mr. Gertz?
Mr. Gertz or
Okay. Yeah,
please,
yeah. Looks like you have
whichever.
20.
Oh, I won't need that, but thank
ahead.
you. That's fine. Good morning, Ms. Fleischman.
Good morning.
My name is Joan Drake. I'm an attorney representing Louisiana Energy Services, or LES. I only have a few questions for you this morning. So I understand your testimony describes the J43 transmission line and explains the request for location approval of that line. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Great. And if you could turn to page 9 of your direct testimony. And by page 9, I mean the page 9 at the bottom of that page.
Okay.
And if you could look at lines 4 through 7, in those lines, you describe the J43 transmission line as connecting SPS's existing Andrew County substation to the existing Roadrunner substation. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then if you could go to page 13 of your testimony.
Okay.
On that page, you testify that SPS applied for location approval of the J43 transmission line pursuant to the New Mexico location statute, which is section 62-9-3. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that not all transmission lines require location approval?
It's my understanding that we do need to get location approval from the commissioners.
And why is that?
I don't know the statute that well. I'm not an attorney, so I wouldn't be able to actually elaborate on that. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. I understand you're not a lawyer, and I'm not asking you for any kind of a legal opinion. I'm just asking you for your understanding. So in preparing your testimony, did you look at the statute at all?
I did skim over it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Madam Hearing Examiner, could we bring up that statute on the Zoom? Is it?
Did you put it in the
Possible.
Dropbox?
No, since it's authority, I'm sorry I did not. Apologies if I should have.
No. I don't have it.
Let me see if I can share my screen. I'm a novice at that, so if you will bear with
I
me.
can assist here, Miss Drake.
Oh,
I can assist
that
here.
would be great. Thank you, sir. I would
Okay.
So
appreciate.
what
I let you share, so
Oh, well. I think it's this one.
yeah, you just have to make sure you pick the right screen.
Gotcha. Is, can everybody see that? No.
No.
Commissioner, oh, wait a minute. Sorry, as I say, I'm a novice at this. So can folks see the I don't, you know what? I'm sorry. I don't think this is working. Commissioner, I'm sorry. Hearing examiner Schaefer, can you rescue me
Yes.
here and bring that up? Thank you. And
It's visible.
apologies.
No, Miss Drake, it's visible to me, your screen.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I just can't see it.
There you actually, it's sharing my screen.
Oh, okay.
But I've got your one source. So let me see.
There we go.
Okay. Well,
Do you have the one source, hearing examiner Schaefer?
Yes, I do. But Miss Drake's screen is up and demonstrating the statute, so I think we're good to go.
Okay.
I just can't see it myself, but thank you for the help. So, Ms. Fleischman, if I could draw your attention to the statute, in particular, subparagraph B, can you see that?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay, so did you review this, or are you familiar with it in any way in preparing your testimony?
I am familiar with it.
Okay, all right. If I could direct your attention to the last sentence of paragraph B, and to make it easy, I'm going to read that out so we can all understand. It says, for the purposes of this section, transmission line, in quotes, means any electric transmission line and associated facilities designed for or capable of operations at a nominal voltage of 230 kilovolts or more to be constructed in connection with and to transmit electricity from a new plant for which approval is required. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I guess my question is, will the J43 transmission line be constructed in connection with and to transmit electricity from any new generating plant?
Objection.
Objection.
Miss Hardy?
This question relates to a legal conclusion on how the commission has construed the statute and what it means to be a new plant. And Ms. Fleischman is not an attorney and is not giving legal opinions.
Miss Drake?
I'm not asking her for a legal conclusion here. I'm simply asking her for a fact. Is the transmission line in connection at all with any generating plant?
Miss Hardy?
Well, I still think this calls for a legal conclusion because it's not relevant unless we're talking about the interpretation of the statute.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I think it does call for a fact, and you can answer Miss Fleischman if you know.
I do not know.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miss Drake.
And thank you for your forbearance with my lack of competence with Zoom.
Let's see. Let's get that out of there. Okay. I don't believe anyone else had any questions. I have a couple of questions, Ms. Fleischman.
Okay.
I'd like to look at page 13 of your testimony.
Okay.
And my understanding from your testimony with regard to the right-of-ways and the location approvals is that part of the land is going to be on private land and part of it is going to be on public land, correct?
Yes, ma'am. This line crosses over private land and New Mexico state land.
And with regard, for example, on page 13, you're answering the question posed at line 8, what's the basis for the location of the transmission line route and substations for J-43? Your answer begins on line 10, and at line 11, you say regarding state-owned land, SPS has also filed an application with the NMSLO, which is the state New Mexico Land Office, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that process is pending. Any update on that since the time you filed your testimony?
That permit has been submitted and it's still pending. It is under review and we anticipate on receiving that approved grant soon, but it is still pending.
For the record, can you just elaborate on what the process is? I mean, do you have hearings? Do you have to present testimony?
No. So what we do is initially we will have consultation with New Mexico State Land, and then we will submit our application, our right-of-way application. And once we submit that, New Mexico State Land sometimes requires us to do public meetings. And we did host a public meeting in December, on December 3rd of 2025 in Eunice, Texas. And once we hosted our public meeting and, we required that fulfillment that was required by the state land, and they are reviewing our process or application. So we're just waiting for them to approve it. We don't anticipate on any concerns with our application, but that is the only requirement that they have.
Did you have any people show up at the meeting?
We did not, unfortunately.
And I noted in the affidavits with regard to the notice in this case, and then I think I got sometime this week, I got verification that the application had been sent to the public libraries as required. But then also I got a list that was filed in this case of 28 impacted property owners. Are you familiar with that? With those persons and or entities?
Yes.
And so they all got notice. Have you received any necessary permissions from all 28 of these private landowners?
So at this time, Madam Hearing
examiner.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
We have received survey permission from all landowners along the route, and we are communicating with the landowners and negotiating with them.
Okay, so everybody's letting you survey, but you don't have completed agreements or contracts with all of the landowners, correct?
That is correct. We are negotiating with them and communicating with them and working with them, but we don't have all of our easements in place yet.
Okay, do you have any?
We have one.
How long a process does this usually take?
You know, it takes anywhere from six months to 12 months to actually from beginning to end. By the time we do our survey work and get our environmental surveys in and get permission from landowners, you know, it just varies on the length of the project, but it's a process of anywhere 6 months to 12 months to acquire the easements.
Okay. At this point, are you anticipating any difficulties?
No, every landowner that we've spoken to has been willing to work with us. We haven't had any issues at this time.
Okay. Are there any environmental or archaeological surveys that are required for the types of requests that you've made?
Yes, we do have environmental surveys. We did prepare an environmental report, and that is something Miss Andrea McArdle would be better equipped to answer questions on.
In any archaeological requirements required for this type of approval?
We do have to do an environmental report, and you know, if there's anything that's required, we do adhere to it. But I would want to defer that question to Ms. McArdle.
Right, but yes, ma'am. But I said archaeological. So like, you know, any Native American type historical evaluation that you're required to do.
Yes, we do that as part of our environmental.
Okay.
In our environmental report, it is identified in there if we have.
Oh, okay, that's where it is. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay. And other than the state or the private authority, is there any type of written of federal authority that that you need to begin?
The only requirements or permits that we receive that are federal or state, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that what you're asking me, if there's any other entities that are federal or state permits?
Yes, ma'am.
We will need, you know, the approval from the commissioners for our certificate of convenience and necessity for the location and right of way width. But then we would also need the New Mexico state land permit, and we also acquire road crossing permits from Lee County and also New Mexico DOT.
And have you put in for those two items yet?
We have not at this time, and we have not. I'll just answer the question.
Okay. That's usually done at the end of the process?
No, we submit those applications 3 to 4 months prior to start of construction. Due to the timing, we just don't want them to expire too soon, so we just wait.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Ms. Fleshman. That's all the questions that I had for you. Hearing Examiner Schaefer, any questions for this witness?
No, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Very well. Ms. Hardy, any redirect?
No, thank you.
Okay, anyone have questions based on my questions? Nope. All right, Ms. Fleischman, you are excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very well. I think let's go ahead and start on our next witness, I think, before we have a break. And my understanding our next witness is Mr. Oz. Is that correct, Ms. Hardy?
Madam Hearing Examiner, Matt Larson for SPS.
Hi, Mr. Larson. Is this your
Hello.
witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very well.
So,
All right, I've just admitted Mr. Oz.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Oz. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Mr. Lee, would you please swear the witness?
Mr. Oz, would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter up and it should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Go ahead, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Mr. Oz.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Daniel Oss,
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Energy and Environmental Economics. I'm a partner there.
And who are you testifying on behalf of today?
Southwestern Public Service.
And do you have before you your direct testimony, which has been marked as Exhibit SPS 29?
I do.
And was that testimony, does that document have an attachment?
Yes.
And was the testimony and attachment prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes.
If I asked you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, are those the responses to those questions true and correct?
They are.
Madam Hearing Examiner, we would move the admission of Exhibit SPS 29, the direct testimony of Dan Oz.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 29? Mr. Oz, direct testimony as affirmed by him here today. Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 29 is admitted. Mr. Larson?
Thank you. Mr. Oz, do you also have before you what's been marked as Exhibit SPS 30, which is the rebuttal testimony of Dan Oz?
I do.
And does that document have an attachment?
No.
And was it prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes.
If I asked you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And to the best of your knowledge, are those answers true and correct?
They are.
Madam Hearing Examiner, we would move the admission of Exhibit SPS 30, which is the rebuttal testimony of Dan Oz.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS 30? Mr. Oz, rebuttal testimony as affirmed by him here today. Hearing no objection, SPS 30 is admitted. Mr. Larson?
Thank you. We have no further questions from Mr. Oz, and he's available for cross-examination.
Very well. I believe that the first party who reserved time for questions for Mr. Oz is WRA. Ms. Beatles, I believe you reserved 20 minutes for Mr. Oz.
Yes, I did. And on further study, I have no questions.
Very well. Okay, I believe that the next party to reserve questions for Mr. Oss is CCAE. And I believe, Mr. DeSalem, Ms. Lynch, you have reserved 50 minutes for Mr. Oss.
That's my understanding too. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Go ahead, Mr. DeSalem.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Oss. My name is Charles DeSalem, and I represent Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy. And I'm going to be asking you a few questions about your direct testimony, which I believe you identified as SPS Exhibit 29. And I will also be asking you some questions about your report, which is entitled Xcel Energy SPS Methane Emissions Support. And that's dated September 2025, and it is attachment DA2 to your direct testimony. I may also ask you some questions about your rebuttal testimony, which is SPS Exhibit 30. And I believe you have all of those. I believe you stated you have all those documents handy.
Good morning, and yes, I do.
Okay. And I am going to try not to use acronyms and abbreviations in my questions. And I would ask you to try to do the same thing. There will be one exception, though. I think you can understand when I say SPS that I'm referring to Southwestern Public Service Company. Now, in this proceeding, SPS is asking the Commission to designate a portion of the proposed Gaines gas combustion power plant as a zero carbon resource. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, and your testimony and also your report are submitted in support of that request. Is that correct?
My testimony and report are submitted to provide information in support of that request.
Okay. And the proposed Gaines plant would be a natural gas combustion electric generating station, correct?
Yes, a combustion turbine, to my understanding.
Okay. And the combustion of natural gas releases carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I just, at this point, I just want to make a fairly minor point, a clarification in your direct testimony. So if you could go to page 4, please. Tell me when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay, and lines 3 through 5, you state, meeting these new oil gas electrification loads will require additional electricity generation resources to be added to SPS's system, some of which may emit carbon dioxide. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And I believe you make a similar statement on page 1 of your report. I think it's in the introduction in the first paragraph. Do you recall that, or do you want to take a look at that?
Yes, I see the text you're referring to.
Okay, and that you'd say about the same thing there, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, given that we're talking about the Gaines plant, shouldn't that read that the resources will emit carbon dioxide rather than they may emit carbon dioxide?
I believe in that text, I was introducing a general point that in order to meet new electric loads, you need new electricity resources, and that some of the resources in general may be carbon emitting. I don't believe those particular sections were referring to gains as yet, which comes into the discussion further down in both my testimony and the report.
Okay, but gains is part of the proposal that that SPS had put forward in this proceeding, is it not?
That's correct.
Okay. Now let's go back to the issue of the question of zero carbon resources. And if you could look back at your direct testimony on page 5.
Okay.
And beginning on line 6, you quote the definition of zero carbon resource from the statute. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the definition from the statute is an electricity generating resource that emits no carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, or that reduces methane emitted into the atmosphere in an amount equal to no less than 1/10 of the tons of carbon dioxide emitted into the atmosphere as a result of electricity production. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah.
And you provide a citation to that definition in your testimony, and just for the record, that's 62-16-3, subparagraph K of NMSA. Is that correct?
That is what the citation reads, yeah.
Okay. And now let's move down in your direct testimony to page 8.
Okay.
Okay, and there are, looking at lines 5 and 6, there are some figures that are listed there. And I should make clear, when I say figures, I'm not talking about graphics. I'm talking about numbers that are listed on those lines. You see that?
I do see that.
And the first figure is 11,000 to 35,000 metric tons of methane. Do you see that?
In 2030, yes.
Right. And that figure represents the estimate of the reduced methane emissions that would result from building the Gaines plant and interconnecting oil and gas customers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's, as you stated, for the year 2030, correct?
Correct.
Just for clarification purposes, you didn't actually use the word methane, did you, Mr. Oss?
That's correct. We use its chemical shorthand of CH4.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Salem.
Yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Okay, the second figure then is 548,000 metric tons of, and you say CO2, but I think that means carbon dioxide?
Yes.
Okay, 548,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And that figure represents your estimate of the increased carbon dioxide emissions that would result from operation of the Gaines plant. Is that correct?
A minor correction to that framing. I think it is an estimate developed by both E3 and SPS collaboratively.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And that is also for the year 2030, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, based on those figures, the tonnage of reduced methane emissions is less than 1/10 of the tonnage of carbon dioxide emissions. Is that correct?
Yes, for the facility, that is correct.
Okay, and again, based on those figures, the Gaines plant would not meet the statutory requirement for a zero carbon resource, would it?
E3 doesn't necessarily take a position on whether full or partial qualification is allowable under statute. We're offering this information about the equivalent megawatts if it were permissible.
Okay, and I will get to that. But my question right now is just looking at the facility as a whole, it would not meet the requirement for a zero carbon resource, would it?
Objection.
Mr. Larson?
Mr. DeSalen's asking Mr. Oz to offer a legal conclusion with respect to interpretation of the statute vis-a-vis the analysis offered by Mr. Oz.
Mr. DeSalen?
I can clarify that I am not asking for a legal interpretation. He has testified about the meaning of this statute for purposes of the analysis that he did, and I'm questioning him on how his analysis works.
Madam Hearing Examiner, may I respond?
Mr. Larson?
Mr. Oz states the plain language of the statute in his testimony. He does not offer any opinion with respect to what that language means. He simply offers it to put his analysis in context, and that's it.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I believe that the witness has testified what zero carbon resource definition means. And so I think it's appropriate for him to answer if he knows whether or not he thinks that this will fit within that definition. So answer the question, sir, if you know.
What I can say based on what I know is that the figures, sorry, is it Mr. DeSalian? Is how you pronounce it?
DeSalen. Thank you.
DeSalen, thank you for the clarification. The figures Mr. DeSalen quoted of 11,000 to 35,000 metric tons of methane are less than 1/10 of 548,000 tons of CO2. I am not going to offer an interpretation whether I believe the statute allows for full or partial qualification, as I believe that's beyond the scope of my expertise.
Okay, and that's fine, Mr. Ross. That was not my question. So, but my next question is, based on your estimate of the reduced methane emissions, you estimate the electric generating capacity of the Gaines plant that would emit CO2 so as to meet the 10-to-1 ratio in the statute. Is that correct?
Sorry, could you restate the question?
Yeah, I didn't say that very well. Let me see if I can do a better job. Again, we're looking at your estimate of the reduced methane emissions, which we just talked about, and based on that, you estimate the electric generating capacity of the Gaines plant that would emit a level of CO2 so as to meet the 10-to-1 ratio of the statute. Is that correct?
I don't agree that the approach matches the capacity added to the 10-to-1 ratio of emissions, which I believe the tail end of what you said implies. I think rather we're examining when the Gaines facility is added to the SPS system, what are the incremental system emissions? What's the incremental oil and gas electrification load that can be served? and what are the relative proportions of the emission saving from that serve load versus incremental emissions from the SPS system, is how I would characterize it.
Okay, fair enough. And the number that you estimate is a mean of 363 megawatts. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that figure puts the proportion of the gains facility, taking again that ratio of methane to CO2 and translating
Mhm.
it into an equivalent megawatt
Mhm.
number. And the mean is that figure. Yeah.
Okay, yes, thank you. So you basically converted the emissions of carbon dioxide into the associated electric generating capacity that would emit that amount of carbon dioxide.
No,
Hmm.
I don't agree with that characterization. We took a proportion of the facility based on the ratio of methane to carbon dioxide.
Okay. Let us move on to your methane analysis, which is the subject of your report. So would you agree with me that by this analysis, you were trying to predict the extent to which construction of the Gaines plant will allow SPS's oil and gas customers to electrify and thus reduce methane emissions?
I would perhaps substitute the word predict for project or range, but otherwise I agree.
Okay. And to make that projection, uh, you and your company E3 rely on a survey, is that correct?
Yes, in part.
And that survey is in the form of a questionnaire.
Yes.
Um, Now, your company did not actually conduct the survey, did it?
I don't agree with that framing. We conceptualized the design of the survey, structured its questions to get the information we needed, and processed the responses, including back and forth with the customers via an intermediary. I'd say, as I mentioned in my rebuttal testimony, the intermediary oil and gas association administered the survey, meaning they distribute it, but that was the extent of their role. So I would disagree with your characterization of the reason.
Okay, then you did not administer the survey, or your company did not administer the survey.
We did not distribute it.
Okay. And you do not know how many SPS customers the survey was sent to, do you?
No, not exactly.
But you got back 6 responses, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know for sure if this was all of the responses that were submitted?
I couldn't say for sure one way or another, but I have no reason to believe otherwise.
Okay. And those 6 responses are not a large enough sample to conduct a meaningful statistical projection of methane reductions. Is that correct?
Yes, and no such sample is possible given the nature of the SPS customer population.
Okay. Now let's look at page 3 of your report. And you state there, well, first, let me know when you're there.
I'm on page 3, yes.
Okay. And you state there that this approach does not represent a statistical projection and should be interpreted as a bounding analysis based on a subset of the customers with available data. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Now, based on your background, I assume that you have experience with surveys and opinion polling. Is that correct?
And more generally, statistical analysis, yes.
Okay. Then are you familiar with the concept of self-selection bias?
In general, yes.
Okay. And let me explain what my understanding is, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. Self-selection bias refers to the situation where the individuals who respond to a survey have an inclination to respond in a certain way, whereas the individuals who do not respond would have an inclination to respond in a very different way. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree that is a general concern with any survey approach.
Okay. Now, could you take a look at the survey questionnaire, which is an appendix to your report at page 9?
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, and this is a copy of the questionnaire that was sent to SPS customers, correct?
Correct.
And let's look at the first question of the questionnaire. Omitting the parentheticals, it says, please list the processes and equipment types in your operation that you are considering electrifying. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Us, very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeSalem. I think now might be an appropriate time for us to take our morning break. I have 10:47. Why don't we come back at 10:57? Please remember that the YouTube will stay on. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Lee, are we good?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well, thank you, sir. All right, we've had our morning recess. Let's go back and continue with the cross-examination for Mr. Oss. Ms. Lynch, Prosperity Works reserved 30 minutes for cross or Mr. Oss?
We do not have any cross at this time. It was sufficiently covered. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Sir, I believe that the next cross-examiner, Sierra Club, reserved 10 minutes for Mr. Oss.
Hearing examiner, can you tell me how, I'm sorry, my screen. Can you tell me how much total time I have left?
I can tell you that you reserved 10 minutes for Mr. Oss.
All right, well, let me take 5. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning, good afternoon. Let's see, where are we? We're in the morning. Sorry. Mr. Oz, I'm Stephanie Zur. I represent the Sierra Club. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you.
Okay, could you kindly turn to Appendix 4, attached to your direct testimony, page, specifically the bottom page has a 0, 2, 3 on it. And that
Okay.
is your survey. Are you looking at that?
I am.
Okay, and there are, how many questions there? About 10 questions with subparts, correct?
Yeah, 10 questions with subparts.
Can you confirm to me that none of these questions asked the customers how much they would be willing to pay to electrify?
We did not ask that question.
And it didn't ask them at what price they would not be willing to electrify either, did it?
No, it did not.
Those are all my questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Sir. Mr. Harris, I believe you reserved 30 minutes for Mr. Oz.
This is Larry Marcus, actually. Are you talking about NMDOJ?
I am.
Thank
hello,
you.
Mr.
Thank
Marcus.
you,
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner.
NMDOJ reserved 30 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Hearing Examiner. Mr. Oz, my name is Larry Marcus. I am with the New Mexico Department of Justice. And I have a few questions for you regarding some of your testimony. If you turn to page 5 of your rebuttal testimony, or actually that would be it's actually page 6 of your rebuttal testimony. You noted that, for example, the customer with the highest amount of methane emissions abatement per megawatt of load interconnection, 45.1 tons methane per megawatt, is the only customer who reported savings from replacing methane-driven instrument air pneumatics. In contrast, other customers reported a larger share of savings from reductions in methane emissions from replacing.
Sorry, sir. Can you slow down? In
Sorry about
contrast,
that. Reductions in methane emissions from replacing on-site generation with grid power. Now, the air pneumatics, presumably, all the methane will be released into the atmosphere. Is that right?
Yes.
As far as the methane lost from replacing on-site generation, so the pneumatics would be pretty easy to calculate then. Methane in, methane out.
Yes.
So, but the on-site generation, how easy is that to calculate? How easy is that to figure out?
I think there are well-documented emissions factors that can be used to make that calculation.
And so do you believe that this self-reporting of this replacement of methane is reliable?
My understanding is that the companies use the same emissions factors they would use in other reporting.
Sorry, my understanding is that the companies use,
The same emissions rates that they use for other reporting.
And how is methane lost when you use it for on-site generation?
It's a process called post-combustion methane slip, which is essentially incomplete combustion during the generation process.
And is any methane lost prior to the combustion?
Yes, it can be. Yes.
And these factors take into account all of that?
The post-combustion methane slip numbers are most likely a device level estimate of the actual combustion process.
And the pre-combustion leakage?
May or may not be included in that figure. There's other sources of methane abatement identified for the customers where that type of emission could potentially lay.
Do you know that if any of the proposed interconnections have made any commitments to connection to the grid? Any of these potential customers have made any commitments, any contracts, any bonds, anything along those lines?
I think that's a question better posed to SPS and the folks who work directly with customers in interconnection.
Now, in your rebuttal, you respond to, I believe his name is Zidget, his PRC staff, regarding back of the envelope calculations for the carbon dioxide emissions. You estimate that the Gaines facility would produce 548,001 ton of carbon dioxide emission, that it would have a net emissions of that amount.
Could you orient us as to which page and line?
Oh, this is in the direct testimony, page 9, sorry.
Direct testimony, page 9?
Yes, the direct testimony. I'll get to the rebuttal testimony in a minute, but
thank you, sir.
And so that's it would result in an increase of 548,001 ton of carbon dioxide per year.
I believe you characterize that as the Gaines facility.
Yes, the Gaines facility.
And that's not an accurate description. The 548,000 metric tons are the incremental portfolio emissions from the SPS system.
And how was that? Could you walk me through how that was calculated?
E3 worked with SPS to identify what we called a counterfactual scenario, where the Gaines unit was removed from the portfolio. And that produced a change in overall portfolio emissions. It also gave us the amount of load that could not be interconnected if Gaines were not available. So the emissions on the portfolio level are the delta between the counterfactual and what we call the build case, which is the SPS preferred portfolio.
That could not be interconnected,
So that could not be served but for having Gaines in the portfolio.
And so you took into account carbon dioxide that would not be produced, that would have been produced by other sources?
Other sources from within the company's generation portfolio?
Or other if carbon dioxide that would be emitted if there were no interconnection.
Are you referring to that? Sorry, can you be more specific which sources of carbon dioxide you're referring to?
Well, you said sources that could not be interconnected. So how does that affect the carbon dioxide emissions of the portfolio?
If there's less load on the system, there's less generation, including less emitted generation.
Fair enough. All right. Did you do any calculations of of the annual emissions of CO2 just from the Gaines facility?
No, because we don't believe that's the appropriate unit of analysis.
In your rebuttal testimony, you suggest that the staff direct testimony from witness Zizit. I apologize to him if I get that, if I mispronounce his name. Zijic. It's a bit of a tongue twister there. That he did
Mr.
calculate.
Zigic. Mr.
Zigic.
Zigic. Mr.
Zigic. Thank
Zigic.
you. Thank you very much, Mr. Hearing Examiner. You suggest that he overstates the incremental emissions from gains. That's on page 14 of your rebuttal testimony. And you point out that it is because you're basing this argument on the averages for combustion turbines provided by the U.S. Energy Information Administration. Is that correct?
That and the simulation of the portfolio effects from the company's Encompass model, the SPS Encompass model.
But you're using a 10 to 14% use, essentially, the 10 to 14% capacity that the gas turbines would operate on average at 10 to 14% of the capacity.
That figure is meant to compare to the first assumption witness Zigic made with respect to 100% capacity factor, but when I'm comparing emissions, I believe the appropriate comparison is the 548,000 metric tons in terms of the portfolio impacts of gains.
Right, but you use that 10 to 14% to justify that 548,000 tons.
No, I use it to contextualize the 100% capacity factor number applied by witness Zigic.
But it would presumably you would try to at least do some sort of a calculation of the amount of carbon dioxide emitted by this facility over a course of a year.
That is part of the portfolio calculation within Encompass, but when gains operates, other units operate less, both other thermal units from the SPS system as well as imports of emitting sources from outside of their system. So I think it's inappropriate to look at just the emissions of gains.
So do you know what the emissions from gains would be? Do you have those numbers available? Presumably those would go into the calculation, as you just said. Do you have those numbers available?
Objection.
Mr. Larson?
I believe this question's been asked and answered. Mr. Oz has discussed that the emissions are calculated on a portfolio basis.
Mr. Marcus?
I just want to know if he's able to separate out these numbers. It's on a portfolio basis, but you would presumably need to know how much CO2 is being emitted by this particular turbine or projected to be emitted by it.
Mr. Larson, it appears to be a different question.
I think the way he may have just posed it, Madam Hearing Examiner, is probably a different question than the one that I heard. So I'll withdraw the objection.
Very well. Answer if you know, sir.
Based on the outputs from the Encompass model at E3 received from SPS, I don't believe I could make that calculation. You could ask witness Gable if it were possible to pull that information specifically out of the Encompass modeling results.
So this model is to some extent a black box then?
No. I don't believe so, and I believe witness Gable has discussed the model in detail, and I defer any discussion of its transparency to him.
And you have no idea what capacity, what percentage of capacity this turbine is going to be operating at over the course of its use? Like, do you know if it's likely to be in that 10 to 14% range? Do you think or do you have any idea if it's going to be higher or lower?
I don't have that information specifically.
I'd like to take a look at page 20, or actually page 6 of your direct. Wait, these pages are numbered. Oh, it's okay. It's the attachment. It's page 20 of your direct testimony, attachment DA2. So page 6 of attachment DA2. I just want to look at your emissions comparison for the mean of customer methane emissions. So that under the build scenario on table 2, the customer methane emissions would be 21,157 tons per year, tons of methane per year. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the counterfactual, 40,967 tons for a net of 19,810 tons. Is that right?
Mhm.
How was that number calculated? Was that just based on the reduction in customer methane emissions based on the surveys?
How were each of the numbers calculated, or which
Yeah,
particular?
well, how are those numbers calculated exactly? If you can walk me through that.
Sure. I'll start with the counterfactual. That is the total methane abatement that would occur for all of the oil and gas interconnection using that methane per megawatt hour ratio for the mean projection. The build scenario essentially looks at, of the total load, oil and gas load interconnection, which share of that would you need gains to connect to the system? And so that essentially discounts the maximum amount of methane savings that overall interconnection of oil and gas would achieve in the counterfactual. And then the net is just simply the difference between the two.
That's right. So is that so just based on customer methane emissions?
The model does include a factor for methane emissions from the Gaines facility itself as well, though that is very small in comparison.
And all right, I don't have any more questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Oz.
Thank you, Mr. Marcus. I believe the next questioner to reserve time for Mr. Oz is staff, and I believe staff reserved 20 minutes. Ms. Amer, Ms. Lang, questions for Mr. Oz?
And I would like, if necessary, to use the 16 minutes that I didn't use for witness Gable.
Go ahead.
In addition, I don't know if I'll need it. But I just wanted to make it a placeholder. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Oss. My name is Judy Amer, and I represent the New Mexico Utility Division staff. I would like to ask you about the statistical sampling questions again.
Good morning.
And pulling it up. Do you admit that as a general rule, statistical samplings are important for valid research?
I don't agree with that as a blanket statement.
Okay. Do you admit that it's required for sampling to be statistical in order for it to be generalized to a larger population?
No, I wouldn't agree with that either necessarily.
Do you agree that proper sampling techniques are crucial for maintaining the reliability and validity of research findings?
I would generalize that to proper methods are, but I don't believe that statistics are the most appropriate method in all circumstances.
Okay. And as you've already testified, your calculations of the 363 megawatts of zero carbon for the Gaines facility relies on data from a customer survey, and that you also testified that you received responses from only 6 customers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you admit in your rebuttal that that was not a statistical representative sample.
And that indeed no such sample is possible given the population of customers.
And that 6 customers represent only about 22% of the total 1.8 gigawatts of interconnection requests you analyzed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And of the 6 customers who did respond, their reported methane abatement varied by a factor of 30, ranging from 1.5 to 45.1 metric tons per megawatt. Is that correct?
On that particular normalized unit. Yes.
Excuse me, I couldn't hear that answer.
On that particular normalized unit. Yes.
What particular normalized unit?
Methane per megawatt of load interconnection.
Okay. So SPS is asking this commission to make a permanent legal determination on a 40-year asset based on 6 voluntary survey responses.
Objection.
Mr. Larson.
Outside the scope of his testimony, it calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm not asking for his legal conclusion. I'm asking whether or not he is informing the commission that there will be it will be 6 voluntary survey responses that they base their determination on.
Why don't you rephrase your question, Ms. Amer?
I will. Your conclusions in your report are based on 6 voluntary survey responses that you admit are not statistically representative.
Yes, we received 6 responses.
Okay, I'm going to move on to another area of questioning. Let me open up this other screen. Mr. Oz, on page 15 of your rebuttal, you critique Mr. Zigage's calculation of the qualifying zero carbon megawatts. You state that if Mr. Zigage had used a 20% capacity factor, it would result in a 225 megawatts of qualifying capacity. And the source for this is your rebuttal, page 15.
To clarify, the 20% capacity factor and the megawatt number were taken directly from witness Zigage's own testimony.
Correct. However, Mr. Gable and Mr. Gertz's testimony, see Mr. Gertz rebuttal, page 9, confirm that Gaines is permitted for a capacity factor of up to 28.5. Is that correct?
I believe that's a question better posed to Mr. Gable.
But it is stated in his rebuttal testimony. I would ask if you dispute that we would need to pull it up at this point.
I'm just not familiar with the details of his rebuttal testimony.
All right. Well, under the statutory test, which you agree is methane reduced divided by CO2 emitted, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Then if you increase the denominator to 28.5%, instead of 20%, the CO2 emissions in the denominator increase.
I disagree. Based off of our method, which again uses a portfolio level impact. If you were to dispatch gains more, you may dispatch other thermal units less.
Okay. Well, I understand that you used a portfolio method, but I'm actually asking a question about not using a portfolio method. If you go back to the ratio, methane reduced divided by times 1/10 times CO2 emitted, if the plant runs more, the plant gains increases to 28% instead of 20%. The emissions, CO2 emissions in the denominator would increase, correct?
I disagree with the premise of the question for the same reason I disagreed with witness Zigich's analysis.
Okay, if the denominator increases in any ratio, then doesn't that decrease the number of emissions total?
If there were higher portfolio emissions for any given level of methane abatement under our method, that would change the ratio.
Right. And I agree about the portfolio, and if you applied it on a plant by plant basis, it would be the same, correct?
I again disagree with the premise.
Okay. So doesn't this validate Mr. Zigich's conclusion that 363 megawatt request is unsupported and aggressive?
No, because I believe that witness Zigich, as I articulated in my rebuttal, did not account for the portfolio impacts of adding the gains unit to the SPS system.
On to another note. Before you ran your report, did your lawyers, meaning SPS's lawyers, inform you that New Mexico law permitted SPS to net emissions with its customers?
Sorry, could you restate the question?
Did the SPS lawyers inform you that New Mexico law permitted SPS to net emissions with its customers?
I would say E3 and SPS, looking at the statute together, agreed this could be an interpretation and proceeded from that assumption.
Okay, so that was your assumption before you started your study.
Yes, it's the basis for the study itself.
Okay. And therefore, your analysis relies entirely on the premise that reduction of methane can occur anywhere on the customer side of the meter, rather than at the generation facility itself.
Correct. We did not look at methane emissions reductions at a generation facility.
So the resource itself, the gas plant, is not reducing methane.
No, I disagree with that. The resource being added to the SPS system enables interconnection of loads. So electricity production leads to methane abatement.
So that statement is an indirect result. I was asking whether the resource itself, the gas plant itself, directly reduces emissions.
Objection. Sorry.
Mr. Larson?
I think that the question is vague.
I'll ask the question, and Madam Hearing Examiner, I guess you can decide if it's vague or not. I don't think it is. Does the resource the gas plant gains does not reduce itself methane emissions directly?
Mr. Larson?
I'll withdraw the objection.
Very well. Answer, Mr. Oss, if you know.
I think either word direct is potentially open to different interpretations here. I think if you directly connect load that is otherwise not possible without gains, then yes, there are direct emissions reductions as a result of connecting gains to the SPS system. I mean, are there, yeah, I'll leave it there.
Would you agree that the gas plant is providing electricity that allows another customer to choose a equipment that reduces methane?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Oss, the zero carbon designation you support is intended to apply to the Gaines facility for its operational life. Is that correct? And I'm citing to the rebuttal testimony of Miss Zoe Lees at page 58.
I don't have that rebuttal testimony in front of me, but I don't dispute that.
Thank you. However, your analysis provides a snapshot of emissions reduction for the year 2030 only. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you concede in your rebuttal that methane savings could decline after 2030 if oil production declines.
I believe we said, yes, it's uncertain. It could, but it's unknown.
I was citing to your rebuttal testimony, page 16. Or if older facilities retire. Is that true?
Yes, alongside the possibility they might be replaced and continue producing.
I'm sorry, it might be replaced and
continue operating.
But despite this risk of declining benefits, SPS responded to NMDOJ 1-14 that it does not intend to recalculate the zero carbon share annually. Is that correct?
Again, I'm not familiar with all of the SPS discovery responses, but I don't dispute that.
And do you know that SPS admitted in staff 5.53 that its customer agreements do not contain specific commitments to reduce emissions?
Again, I'm not familiar with all of the company's discovery responses, but I have no reason to dispute that.
In your opinion, do you think that the commission should require SPS to prove there are annual methane reductions?
Objection.
Mr. Larson?
Outside the scope of his testimony, she's now asking what Mr. Oz would direct the commission to do. I don't think that's within the scope of the testimony that he offered in this case.
Ms. Amer?
I'm asking for his subject matter expert opinion as to whether or not annual reporting of methane reduction is needed. Or that, and I'll ask another question, but that's the
Well, that's a different question than I think what you asked. So looks like Mr. Larson, she's withdrawn the other question and is now asking a different question. Do you have an objection to that question?
I might need to hear that question again. I got a little confused between the two questions. I apologize.
She says, I'm asking for a subject matter expert opinion as to whether or not annual reporting of methane reductions is needed.
I do have another objection then, that it's vague. Annual reporting to whom?
Annual reporting to the commission.
And then I had the same objection that I had before.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Answer if you know, Mr. Larson.
Could you please repeat the question? Sorry, I'm getting a little bit lost in all that.
Yeah, the question was, do you believe that annual reporting to the commission of methane reductions is needed?
I think the purpose of my analysis was to offer the best available information based off what we know today. I leave like the standard of what information the commission needs on an ongoing basis to the commission.
Go ahead, Ms. Samer.
Okay. I have one more question on this issue. You did not independently verify any of the self-reported customer estimates of their methane reductions of those 6 customers. Is that correct?
I don't know exactly what you mean by independently verified, but we did certainly scrutinize them, request clarification, and received updated data in cases where there were responses that seemed inconsistent with the instructions we provided or where there were clear outliers.
Did you choose who those customers received the survey?
No, we did not.
So it was chosen by the Oil and Gas Association.
That's my understanding with coordination with SPS.
Do you know of any federal or state law or rule that allows a generating facility like SPS to trade or net emissions with its customers?
I could imagine such an arrangement being possible in jurisdictions with economy-wide cap and trade mechanisms, for example.
But to your knowledge, do you know of this personally?
Well, a generator in California, for example, where there is a cap and trade system, could buy emissions permits from other sectors of the economy, some of whom could be sold by their customers.
Does New Mexico have such a program?
I know there is a low carbon fuel standard that may have some aspects of that, but I'm not familiar with the details.
Are you familiar with the New Mexico Renewable Energy Act?
Generally, yes.
Are you familiar with the New Mexico Energy Transition Act?
Generally, yes.
Did you know that when it was signed into law by the governor in 2019, it was considered a landmark climate change mitigation law in the US?
Yeah, I do recall seeing it in the news.
Is it your understanding that the goal of these laws is to replace fossil fuel with non-fossil fuel?
Yes, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
I think several other questioners went to the definition of zero carbon resource. Is that phrase zero carbon resource plural or singular?
I will have to look at the statutory language. Can you direct me to where that is again?
62.16.3K. I can read it to you. I can pull it up. Or if you have it, I think it was cited in your testimony, your
Yeah,
direct.
I found it now. If you give me a moment to read it. I believe it's singular.
I recollect that you just said that SPS determines zero carbon resource singular on a portfolio basis.
That was
good. No, I'll withdraw. Go ahead and answer.
That was our combined methodological choice because that is how electric power systems operate on a portfolio basis.
But you agree the word portfolio is not singular.
Any resource is added to a portfolio.
Right. Don't you agree that a portfolio contains resources, plural?
Yes, but the way you add a portfolio is you add a resource on top of other resources which compose the portfolio. So necessarily any portfolio is composed of a variety of individual singular resources.
But you agree that the law, it defines zero carbon resource, and then it says means and, which is the word and singular or plural?
You're asking grammar of an economist now, so I will hazard to guess that it's singular.
Thank you. I have a few more questions. Did SPS propose any CCN conditions, contract terms, or any mechanism for measurement and verification that obligates customers to achieve methane reductions assumed in your calculations?
I believe that'd be a question better posed to company witness, please.
Your study decides that a resource is zero carbon before it has demonstrated methane reductions. Isn't that correct?
Our study provides analysis and information. It doesn't decide that, the commission does.
But it concludes that 363 megawatts would be reduced before the demonstration of the reduction.
Based on best
Go ahead.
Based on best available information, it provides a range.
Okay, provides a range of reductions. My question is, it provides the range of reductions before demonstration of actual reductions.
I think that's true of any forward-looking planning exercise.
I have one other line of questioning. Do you understand the causation for oil and gas customers to reduce methane emissions? Do you have any knowledge as to the reason oil and gas producers desire to reduce methane?
Yeah, I believe it's reasons, though there are multiple reasons why they wish to do so.
And what is your understanding of those reasons?
There's a combination of their own corporate environmental commitments, through which they want to reduce emissions on their facilities. There are air quality permitting requirements that they've cited that having less combustion on their facilities would help them support. There are reliability related issues. Having grid power is generally more reliable than relying on gensets for the full year. And then cost is another factor that in many cases it can be lower cost to operate from the grid using an efficient electric motor rather than a less efficient on-site generator.
Okay. So if the Gaines County plant was not built, these oil and gas loads might still choose to electrify. Is that correct?
Some of them, yes.
And or they could choose to use on-site diesel or natural gas engines, which would have higher emissions.
Yes, that's essentially the counterfactual scenario we asked them to provide us data with respect to.
Right. And therefore, if they may choose to electrify on their own, that wouldn't be because a specific gas plant like Gaines was built.
Right, and that isn't what we were measuring, whether they would electrify on their own. It was the incremental methane savings over and above what they would do on their own, enabled by the connection of Gaines.
So if an oil and gas customer electrified on their own to comply with their own corporate net zero goals or cost or any of these other reasons to comply with state and federal law, isn't it true that the methane reduction would be driven by those, either the customer's policy or those outside laws?
Well, again, we asked for them to provide us savings relative to a counterfactual where all of that is true. So the ask was incremental methane savings over and above electrification they would do in the absence of grid connection.
I agree with what you are saying about what you asked, but if they did do methane reduction on their own, how could a utility claim credit for that methane reduction?
I don't believe anyone is trying to claim credit for that methane reduction. And I think the sources of emissions that they provided speak to that. For example, the post-combustion methane slip savings happen relative to on-site generation. So in other words, electrification using on-site resources. So I think that's fairly clear that's the counterfactual they were operating from as well.
But if they decided to electrify on their own for their own reasons, SPS is saying that means that it reduced methane.
No, it's the incremental difference between if they electrified on their own and if they electrified with grid power.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hammer. You used 31 of your 36 minutes. Hearing Examiner Schaefer, do you have any questions for Mr. Oz?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Hearing Examiner Hurst.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Oz. Thank you so much for being with us here today.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
So I wanted to ask you if you can, first of all, describe for us the nature of the engagement with SPS on this research.
Sure. Hearing Examiner, the company SPS came to us with a question of whether the methane abatement enabled by the Gaines facility would meet or exceed that 1/10 ratio defined in statute. And so with that premise, E3 conceptualized a work plan and methodology in partnership with SPS, and that resulted in the report and testimony we produced.
Were you the primary point of contact on defining that scope of engagement and work?
Yes, I was.
Has E3 worked with SPS in the past?
We've worked with Excel Energy. I'm not sure if we've worked with SPS in the past.
And have you performed and I will say this for everybody, I should avoid using pronouns such as you or we because sometimes it's very uncertain who the we and who the yous are. Has E3 or you professionally on an individual capacity performed studies similar to this methane reduction analysis in the past?
Degrees of similarity. We've looked at the emission reductions options for oil and gas operators in the Permian before in past engagements. And then we've conducted extensive economy-wide analysis of decarbonization, including in New Mexico.
Did SPS provide E3 the independent variables that you used in this analysis, or did E3 acquire its own independent variables?
There is a mixture. On the customer side, E3 was the primary generator of the survey design and questions. So in terms of eliciting customer side data, E3 played the more prominent role then. On the electric portfolio emissions, E3 supported SPS in designing the scenarios to test the question we wanted to test, to do that build versus counterfactual case. But SPS staff did the actual Encompass modeling and provided E3 with the results.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that survey method? Did E3, how many surveys were sent out? Let's start there. How many surveys were sent out?
E3 doesn't have the information on the total number of surveys that were distributed. I believe the intention was to distribute it to, or at least to inquire for the oil and gas customers, the large oil and gas customers served by SPS.
Is there a, let's say, I guess to put it in mathematical terms, is there a denominator, or is E3 aware of a potential total amount of oil and gas producers that could have responded to the survey?
I don't have that number in terms of number of customers. I have the number of megawatts of load interconnection requests.
And in terms of load and megawatt use, what percentage of the survey respondents represent the total use of load and megawatt use of the potential survey respondents?
We understand that SPS has about 1.8 gigawatts of load requests pending from its oil and gas customers that are part of this procurement proceeding. We received responses from 385 megawatts of load, accounting for 22% of the overall request.
Thank you. And I just want to ask you about the use of Encompass. What is Encompass?
Encompass is a electric sector capacity expansion and operations model.
I'm
And
sorry,
is that
electric
a
sector capacity.
Expansion and operations model.
and that's a third-party proprietary model?
Yes.
And E3 uses that on a subscription basis, is that correct?
No, E3 does not use the Encompass model in our own modeling. We use very similar software, though, for similar analysis.
And what are those models?
The models we use that are substantially similar to Encompass are the Plexos model, developed by Energy Exemplar, and then we have an in-house model called Resolve that E3 maintains and develops.
I wanted to ask you also about your response to Ms. Amer. This is at 11:29 a.m., actually 11:29, 11:30. She asked you, and you concede in your rebuttal that if methane savings could decline after 2030 if oil production declines. And you responded, I believe we said, yes, it's uncertain. It could, but it's unknown. Can you tell us more about how you accounted for changes in oil and gas sector, to what extent, and how the models that you just shared with us take that into account?
So I guess starting on the Encompass side, the Encompass model includes a load forecast off further into the future than our analysis went. So, the company, when it's good enough, or Gable could speak to the assumptions about load forecasts there. For the purposes of our analysis, we received data from customers spanning 2030 to 2034, and 2030 was the most consistent response year. And so given those available data, our analysis is limited to 2030. When we discuss factors into the future, those are discussed qualitatively based off our best understanding of what could change on the customer side and on the company's portfolio side.
And how do those factors mathematically influence the model?
Yeah, I think it comes back to the numerator and the denominator of that ratio of methane savings to CO2. Let's start with the denominator of CO2. If the
I'm sorry, sir, if you could slow down and say that again. If
the numerator and denominator change. Apologies, I'll try to go a bit more slowly.
No worries, no apologies necessary. Go ahead.
If the denominator, the CO2, were to change because the overall emissions from the company's portfolio were to fall, for example, if more renewables were added to the system and thermal resources were dispatched less, then the savings ratio would increase. So setting that aside on the numerator, if customer use of these facilities, say the oil fields were depleted, and the customer chose not to connect new resources to take advantage of the capacity that they've interconnected, in that case, there could be decreased methane savings over time.
And what aspects of your calculations or analysis are you most uncertain about?
A good question. The two I would point to is the relative methane intensity of non-responding customers, for whom we applied the 25th and 75th percentile range I described in my report. And I would say the ongoing forecast of both the numerator and denominator of the company versus customer emissions are both uncertain.
Have you, going back just a few moments ago to the beginning of our discussion, you said that you and E3 have performed similar projections. Have you or your firm ever looked back at those projections on a actual basis to see how close or far they were from the projections?
In some domains we do that, but in general, this type of scenario-based analysis does not do that type of backcast. In part because I think the purpose of scenario analysis and bounding analysis is less to develop point estimates that you would want to test your predictive capabilities against, and more to offer an envelope of what might be possible.
Thank you so much, Mr. Oz. Those are all my questions. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Schaefer. Mr. Larson, is there redirect?
Just I only have one question, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Oz, good morning, barely.
Good morning.
Just coming back to a discussion that you had with CCAE counsel, Mr. DeSalen, as well as staff counsel, Ms. Amer, about statistical sampling. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And from your perspective and the work that you do, does the absence of statistical sampling affect the validity of the results in your study?
No, it does not, to the best of my judgment.
And why is that?
Because in this case, statistical sampling just wouldn't be possible given the population of the customers. So very concentrated group of customers, there is not enough of a sample size that could be garnered to make statistical methods appropriate here.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Oz. I do not have anything further, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, sir. Any recross based upon the questions that Hearing Examiner Schaefer or the two redirect questions? Hearing nothing.
Sorry, I do have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Lynch.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Oss. Kara Lynch with Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy and
Is Mr. DeSalen not available? Who are you asking your question?
I'm asking on behalf of Prosperity Works.
All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Oss.
Good afternoon.
Do you remember when Hearing Examiner Schaefer asked you about the analysis you did and the area within which you have the greatest level of concern for that analysis? And you responded that the analysis done using the number of surveys returned.
I think, if I recall correctly, I was referring to the range of responses we received rather than the number of surveys returned.
Okay. And so I'd like to talk about the number of surveys received. Were the surveys that you received all from oil and gas operators?
To the best of my understanding, yes.
Okay. Do you know if those oil and gas operators could participate in a program like a CTFS, or I think you used the LCFS, Low Carbon Fuel Standard Program.
Sorry, the question is, do they have access to such a program?
Yes, do you know whether those oil and gas operators could participate in an LCFS?
So not to get too narrowly responding to your question, but yes, they could.
Okay, thank you. That's the extent of my questioning.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Ms. Drake?
Good afternoon, Madam Hearing Examiner. If I could, I just have one or two questions on recross.
Go ahead.
Mr. Ross, thank you. Mr. Ross, good afternoon. Do you recall in your answers to Hearing Examiner Schaefer that you said that that your understanding was that there is 1.8 gigawatts of pending oil and gas requests to SPS? Is that correct?
Yes, that's the figure we cited in our report.
Okay, and I think you also said that from the large oil and gas producer surveys, the responses to the surveys represent about 22% of that overall request. Is that correct too?
Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you, do you have information, or do you know approximately where the 1.8 gigawatts of pending oil and gas requests are located? Are they in New Mexico, Texas? Do you have any information on that?
I think that's a question better posed to the company.
That's fine. Thank you very much. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drake. Okay, seeing nothing further. Mr. Ross? Appreciate your time, sir. You're excused.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Let me ask, it looks like the next witness would be Dr. Teisling. Is anyone planning, I see that we have approximately $105 reserved for Dr. Teisling. Anybody planning on waiving their time? Okay, no one's saying.
I'm going to waive my time for Prosperity Works.
Okay. Okay, that's not going to make a significant dent in that time frame. Just trying to figure out. I think now actually is the time for a natural break in between witnesses. So I think now might be the appropriate time. Even though we're kind of close to the break that we just had, I'll try to be more mindful about this afternoon's break and try to make it in a more halfway point. Let's go ahead and have our luncheon recess. Looks like to me it is approximately 10 after. So let's come back at 12:55 and get back in. I believe again that Dr. Teisling will be the next witness. So we're recessed till 12:55. Thank you. Please remember, oh, Miss Amer, you're raising your hand.
You're on mute, Miss Amer.
Thank you. The reason I was asking is because assuming that Mr. Teisling, Dr. Teisling is 120 minutes, is what you said? Who would, and Mr. Asmus may be quick, who would go after that?
Well, we still have, I'll confer with hearing examiner Schaefer on WRA witness Miller to see if there's any questions for that. I believe if we go back to the order, Ms. Hardy, Mr. Larson, Mr. Skinner, I believe that we would have Mr. Asmus. Then if we finish with Mr. Asmus, we would have SPS witness Tucker. And then on the off chance everyone waives all their cross-examination, we would get to witness Cooley. Can SPS verify my notes as to that proposed order?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, that's the same order that we have. Thank you.
Okay, very well. Okay, so again, if there's no other procedural things, we are recessed. Remember, the YouTube is on. We come back at 12:55. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
When you're ready, Judge.
Hello, Mr. Lee.
Can you hear me, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Judge, I can hear you. Can you hear
All
me?
right. Yes, sir. Are we ready?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
I see Mr. DeSayan has his hand up.
I do see that. Okay, we are back from our luncheon recess. And Mr. DeSalan.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I just wanted to make clear, I'm not sure if it was entirely clear, but CCAE will not be conducting any cross-examination of Mr. Teisling. So you can scratch our time off your list. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, very well. Ms. Beatles?
You may be getting to this, and I don't want to be annoying, but with respect to Mr. Miller,
Yes, ma'am.
should he appear for his may he appear for his testimony and or stipulate it in today?
Absolutely today. I just haven't had a chance to confer with Hearing Examiner Schaefer to see if he has questions. So whenever we see Mr. Miller, it's potentially going to be very brief.
Okay, we'll sit
Okay.
tight. We'll sit
Great.
tight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I believe I admitted the witness. Dr. Teisling, are you there?
I am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Who for SPS is going to present Dr. Teisling?
That will be me, Madam Examiner.
Very well. Mr. Lee, would you please swear in Dr. Teisling?
Dr. Tessling, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you,
Very
sir.
well. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Go ahead, Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. Dr. Teisling, can you please state your name for the record?
John Charles Teisling.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am the principal in energy, economic, and environmental consultants.
And Dr. Teisling, have you provided testimony in this case on behalf of Southwestern Public Service Company?
Yes, I have.
And is that testimony marked as SPS Exhibit 27?
Yes, it is.
Was it prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes,
And is there an attachment to that testimony?
there are 2 attachments.
And were those attachments prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes, they were.
Is your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes,
If you were asked the questions in your direct testimony today, would your answers be the same?
yes, they would.
Madam Examiner, I move the admission of SPS Exhibit 27.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 27, the direct testimony of Dr. Teisling as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no.
Examiner,
Yes, Mr. Harris?
I have no objection, but I'm getting multiple streams of audio at once.
Objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 27, the direct testimony. Do you still have your YouTube on?
My audio is muted.
Your
Well,
audio
I
may be
can
muted,
hear
Mr.
you.
Harris, but but you may have your YouTube open in another browser tab.
And hearing examiner Schaefer, that's exactly what it was. Thank you. I've closed it now. Never mind.
Very
Thank you.
well. Okay, I'll call again. Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 27, the direct testimony of Dr. Teisling as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 27 is admitted. Ms. Hardy?
Thank you. I have no further questions for Dr. Teisling. He's available for cross-examination.
Very well. Thank you very much. It appears that I believe we were informed that CCAE waived its cross-examination.
That is correct.
And Prosperity Works waived its cross-examination.
That is incorrect.
Okay. All right. I have a mark through that, and you have not waived it. Okay. How much did you have reserved there, Ms. Lynch?
I believe 10, but I don't have.
Okay, I see 10. Nope, that's
Okay.
Sierra Club. I see 15.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, it should just be quite brief.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, let me navigate back to the exhibit. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Teisling.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Fine.
Okay, great. Could you please turn to your direct testimony?
I'm there.
And on line 13 of page 16, let me know when you're there.
I'm on page 16. What was the line number again?
13.
Okay.
You state an SPS service territory, excuse me, quote, electrification, end quote, of the oil and gas industry is a primary driver of the need for SPS capacity expansion. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that electrification as the primary driver of the need was determined how?
I've received information from SPS as to the loads that were expanding, and that indication was that the oil and gas connection requests were the primary source of their expected load growth in the
Okay. Okay.
near term.
That is the extent of my question at this point in time. Thank you for your time, Mr. Teisling. Thank you, Ms. Hurst.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Lynch? Okay. Good. So I believe, Ms. Sir, Sierra Club reserved 10 minutes for Dr. Teisling?
Hearing examiner, I have no questions for this witness, but I would like to reserve any time I still have remaining.
Okay. Mr. Harris, it looks like you reserved 15 minutes for Dr. Teisling.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, that's correct.
Go ahead, sir.
Dr. Teisling, could you, well, first of all, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good.
Could you
Good
please turn
afternoon to you.
thank you. Could you turn to page 10 of your direct, please, and look at lines 3 through 8?
I am there.
So you testified that you drew on economic and demographic data for the 6-county SPS service territory in New Mexico. You remember that?
Yes.
Please describe the data that you relied on.
There's a wide variety of economic data and demographic data that is reported in my study. That data includes employment by sector, the domestic product outputs that are reported by county. There's a variety of other demographic information, age of the population, and so on and so forth. Income information for the residents of the 6-county area that I understand SPS serves in New Mexico. But I would say that's only a partial summary of the data that is otherwise described in my full study.
And that study is attachment JCT2?
That is correct.
Okay. And it's cited in various footnotes throughout your study, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, could you turn to page 12 of your direct, please?
I'm there.
And I'm looking at line 5.
Yes, sir.
You put the phrase best data available in quotes. Could you explain why you did that?
The data that I relied upon, data provided directly from SPS in their various bid evaluation and other analyses that support this project application. That data is the best data as to the economic impact or as a foundation for the economic impact analysis. It conveys information as to construction and operating costs, employment, a variety of other information like AFUDC for each of the project components that were analyzed.
Okay. Was SPS data the only data that you used?
No. Certainly, there is a variety of other information contained in my report. By example, the gross receipts tax, compensating tax, property tax information, and rates is at least an indication that there is a variety of other data relied on in the analysis.
Okay, could you please turn to page 23 of your direct testimony?
Yes, I'm there.
I'm looking at the bottom of the page, lines 10 through 13.
Yes.
Now, do you agree these 4 projects that you have in table JCT3 are all renewable energy projects?
They are all projects that are being offered in this application. Certainly, the gas thermal project is not directly a renewable energy project.
Now, you assumed a $125,000 annual labor rate. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I would go on to say that the cost information that we were provided embedded the labor costs as part of the total construction and operating costs. So the $125,000 estimate of wages is simply provided to give a context to the potential wages associated with primarily the construction activities. Those values are presented, as I state in the report, for purposes of informing interested parties more than the calculation of the specific economic benefits related to those four projects. That is in particular because it is my experience in having done many of these analyses that there are parties interested in jobs produced and wages produced. They do not, that $125,000 per job figure does not enter into the specific benefits that are calculated. As I said, those labor costs are embedded in the costs associated with each of the four projects that data was provided by SPS.
Could you give us your estimate about what would happen if your $125,000 assumption was lower?
It would lower the total value of those jobs, but it doesn't impact the economic benefit analysis that was performed. Again, that is just stated as a separate component because parties are frequently interested in understanding what labor benefits are independent of total project costs.
You mentioned economic impact. Do you differentiate that from economic development?
I'm not sure I understand your question, but economic development would produce economic impacts. Is that a responsive answer?
Well, you're a PhD economist. I'm just wondering if there's some specialized difference between impact and development, and if you could explain that.
I'm not aware of any difference. The development leads to economic impacts.
And does impact lead to development? I mean, is it a sort of circular cycle we're looking at?
No, I guess we're not communicating. The projects create.
Excuse me?
The projects create a development activity, an economic development activity. The impacts of that economic development activity is what I calculate in my analysis.
And some of that calculation, and I'm at page 24 now in your direct testimony. Some of that calculation was based on data provided by New Mexico Oil and Gas Association?
No, sir. The economic impacts that I report in terms of the SPS project development relate only to the construction and operation of those four facilities. The analysis of oil and gas electrification is provided to give some sense as to how much potential impact could be associated with investments in electrification, but it is not the substance of the impacts that I calculate for the SPS development projects in New Mexico.
Who did you work with at the Oil and Gas Association to obtain this data?
A number of people, but I think the executive director, Missy Courier, was a participant in those discussions.
And did you include that data in your attachment JCT2?
I believe the survey results are stated there. But again, those analyses that were provided by NMOGA in no way are associated with the economic impacts that I have calculated specific to SPS's development of those 4 facilities that I identified.
Okay. A few more questions on your direct. Could you turn to page 30, please?
I am there.
And starting at line 4, you give a quote, strictly a hypothetical example, end quote, about how a 30 megawatt data center could impact New Mexico's economy. Do you agree?
Yes.
And can you give us an opinion now about the likelihood of this hypothetical actually happening?
I have no opinion as to how likely that data center type of development is. It has been, as I understand it, a inquiry into the economic development agencies in Southeast New Mexico about data center development. It is one of the largest other forms of development requiring significant electrical resources for support. The notion here is that if the SPS developments are approved by the commission, they could lead to the investments by the oil and gas industry and by other economic development activities, for example, data centers. So it would be possibly considered to be a potential opportunity cost, but they're more illustrative indications of the regional economic benefits that might occur if these 4 facilities are developed by SPS.
But you chose to give a hypothetical about a data center, correct?
Yes.
And
Mr. Harris, you're at your 15 minutes. You're going to borrow from something else?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to borrow from Mr. Trowbridge.
Go ahead.
Dr. Teisling, as you were drawing up this hypothetical, did you do some background research into the advent and the impact that artificial intelligence data centers are having on the electric grid?
Yes, I did. I've summarized that in my full report, including citations to the source documents that I relied on in that research.
Have you read some of the analysis from fellow economists about the possibility of AI data center bubbles?
Oh, yes, I'm aware of that.
So if there was a bubble that impacted New Mexico data centers, would that would that increase the risk? Would that increase the risk of stranded assets on the SPS grid?
Well,
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you, Miss Hardy.
I object to the question.
And your objection is?
I don't think that Dr. Teisling is testifying about stranded assets. I think it's beyond the scope of his testimony.
The very real possibility of, I'm sorry, Madam Hearing Examiner, may I respond?
You're
The very real possibility of stranded assets as a direct impact, as it will drastically affect whatever economic impact these putatively approved projects will have. Dr. Teisling brought up the issue of data centers. I think it's only reasonable and fair to explore the benefits and the costs of such economic impact. I think it's well within the scope of Dr. Teisling's testimony.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Harris. I'm going to overrule the objection and answer if you know, Dr. Teisling.
Mr. Harris, would you repeat the question?
Yes, I'm just looking at this strict hypothetical. If SPS built a lot of infrastructure to serve these large load data centers, and the revenue from the data centers didn't materialize and their owners shut them down, would this create the risk of stranded assets on the grid?
It potentially could. The other component of this analysis is these are the data center and the estimate of oil and gas investments in electrification is just to give a flavor to the potential additional economic activity that could occur with the ability of SPS to deliver services to those loads. I am not projecting that these development activities are going to occur in any specific measure, only that the ability for SPS to serve loads such as these could be enhanced by the expansion activities, the development of additional capacity through SPS expansion activities.
Thank you for the answer. Could you turn to JCT2, please?
I am there.
So I noticed on this exhibit, there's actually two sets of page numbers. At the bottom center, there's a page number. Do you agree? Do you see that? And on the
I see
top
that,
right,
and I think the easiest reference is going to be to the page numbering at bottom center. There's an executive summary section that's numbered separately from the body of the report. So the sequential numbering that appears at the bottom of each page is probably the easier reference.
well, but how do I know where to go? Let's say, for example, I want to look at the source data for estimated economic and fiscal impacts. That is section 5 of your report. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so it says it's at page 31. I turn to page 31, and this is the page number at the top of the document.
That's correct.
And I see section 3. So is there something that gives, using the bottom page numbers, is there something that gives me a roadmap to your report here?
Dr. Teisling, Mr. Harris, just let me intervene for a second. We're going to use the attachment page numbers just to settle this issue so we can move forward. So please refer to the page numbers in the upper right of your attachment.
Okay. Where does section 5 start, Dr. Teisling?
Starts at page 45 of the numbering in the upper right-hand corner.
Okay. And this is the section where we can find the data you discussed earlier in your responses to me, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Looking again at the top of the page, could you go to page 57, please?
I am there.
There's at the top of the page, there's two lines in italics. The lines read, "We cannot precisely predict the scale or sectoral distribution of future investment that may emerge once capacity constraints are lifted." Is that an accurate quote that I just gave?
Yes.
And who is we?
Myself and my co-principal investigator, Dr. Zusha Vick.
So you're quoting yourself.
I'm not quoting, it's a statement. It's not intended to be a quote.
Finally, could you go back to the conclusion of your direct testimony, please? It's at page 32.
I'm there.
At line 7, you mentioned the phrase economic development.
Yes, sir.
And that means all the things that happened after the impacts have occurred?
Don't believe that I understand your question. Economic development facilitated is the activities of developing those facilities.
I'm just trying to get like the temporal sequence here. Does that come after the impact or before the impact? Because most of you, I'm sorry, I'll just leave it at that.
As the sentence continues on, it discusses how the capacity expansion projects provide specific direct, indirect, and induced economic benefits from the construction and operation of the utility facilities which SPS seeks commissional approval to develop.
Yes, thank you. That is your testimony. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. You're at 25. And I believe the next party to reserve time for questions for Dr. Teisling is staff, and I believe staff reserved 45 minutes.
Yes, that's correct, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, Dr. Teisling. I'm Judy Amer. I'm an attorney for the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission's Utility Division staff.
Nice to meet you, Ms. Hammer.
Nice to meet you. Please refer to page 2 of your testimony direct, where you indicate that your training and experience as an applied economist provides professional qualifications required to offer the analysis and opinions expressed in your testimony.
I see that.
And given your training and experience, do you agree that there is an inherent uncertainty in any economic impact analysis? Just answer that question and then I'll ask you more.
Any analysis that forecasts the future inherently it has some risk of misforecast. The nature of projecting any values, whether it's costs or employment or population into the future, it bears that inherent risk that the future is unknown.
Regarding that uncertainty, your report was transparent in indicating that that uncertainty. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
In fact, you probably don't know this, but did you know that you used the word estimate 124 times?
No, I did not know that.
And on page 39 of 1661 of attachment JCT 2, you state,
What was that page number again?
it's page 94 of the report, if we're using that. I've got page 39 of page 61 of the report. Or page 94 of your testimony, but page 39 out of 61 of the report.
Okay, I'm there, I believe.
You say, it should be stated that current estimates and forecasts relied upon for this analysis have a significant degree of uncertainty, and there will undoubtedly be changes to specific components of the New Mexico projects. Could you elaborate on that statement and the factors that may contribute to the uncertainty?
Any project that is defined today is not necessarily going to be the project in terms of costs or employment or timing, for that matter, under which those actual development activities occur. There are many circumstances that could, for example, delay the development activity, and the most reliable basis for projecting those future economic activities are
I'm sorry, Judge.
timing or
I'm sorry,
See,
projecting
freezing?
those future economic activities are,
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't understand where you are.
you said delay the development activity, and the most reliable basis for projecting those future economic activities are.
The most reliable basis for projecting those future economic activities are the plans that are offered by SPS in their scheduling of construction activities, in the commercial operation dates, and all the other parameters that go into those project plan projections.
Would you consider those to be externalities?
What
What
are
you
you,
all the items that you just discussed, like
no, they're not externalities. They are the reality of building out a large business activity, and more commonly, externalities refer to a variety of external circumstances that are not
Getting some freezing of the
able to
witness
be
testimony.
anticipated.
I don't know if it's on his end or our end.
1 second, Dr. Tyson, we're just trying to sort out your audio. It's coming through quite choppy. So hearing examiner Hurst is just checking on her end whether it's something that we can manage as well.
If there's something you could help us.
It's on their side.
Hearing examiner Schaefer, it's crystal clear on this end.
I'm having the
I
same
can hear
problem,
him
Miss
perfectly.
York. I'm having the same problem. So it's not just.
I am too, Judge.
There's a millisecond here.
So part of us are having problems and then other people say they're not. Patrick in the Albuquerque office is having a problem, and my court reporter, who's here in Santa Fe, is having a problem too.
And what is the specific problem that each of them having?
It's slow. His audio is slowing down.
Both of them the same?
Just this one witness.
I don't know whether the bandwidth could be impacted by the weather circumstances that exist. But at least from my standpoint, I think it is a bandwidth problem that is occurring on a localized basis. If some people are hearing the testimony consistent with the video, then it's leaving my machine.
Okay, Dr. Teisling, it's not a cross-examination question. You don't have to,
I'm trying to help technically.
Detail. No, thank you. No worries. That is much, much appreciated. I just want to put you at ease and, calm any concerns you might have. We're just going to check this out. Hearing examiner Hurst is very diligent in assuring that all parties can hear and that it's coming through to the stream well. So that's the only reason she wanted to follow up on that.
I understand, hearing examiner.
Yeah, the what IT is telling me is we really can't troubleshoot your connection. But if hearing examiner Schaefer in Albuquerque is having trouble, if our court reporter is having trouble, and then who's here in Santa Fe, and I'm here in a different place in Santa Fe, is there any objection to Dr. Teisling turning off his video, and that might get you some extra bandwidth? Is the only IT suggestion we have. So why don't we just try that and see if that helps us? Okay.
Okay, I will shut off the video now.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I assume that we were stopping the clock during that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'll put 2 minutes back on. Go ahead.
Thank you. On page 60 of the beginning page of your report, you state that it's called Economic and Fiscal Impact Report, SPS Capacity Expansions in New Mexico. SPS is proposing 17 capacity expansion projects in Oklahoma, Texas, and New Mexico, full SPS portfolio. 4 of those projects, Sagamore BESS, Chavez BESS, Roswell BESS, and Gaines County, Texas CT, will have direct economic impacts in New Mexico during SPS's construction and operations period. Therefore, the 4 New Mexico projects are what I just read: Sagamore BESS, Chavez County BESS, Roswell BESS, and Gaines County CT. Is that correct?
That's correct. Those are the projects that I analyzed.
And are Chavez County BESS and Roswell BESS part of this application?
I don't believe so. Those are part of the PPA application.
Therefore, is it correct that for purposes of this application, we will need to figure out the
You're getting picked up on my audio.
Is it correct that for purposes of deciding economic benefits in this application, we should only be looking at the Sagamore BESS and the Gaines gas plant BESS in terms of economic benefits?
The benefits associated with those two projects are the subject of this proceeding. The analysis that I was asked to prepare by SPS included those other two projects. It would be possible to separate out, and I think there is data presented that would separate out those specific project benefits throughout the report. I did not compile the report for only the three projects that are associated with the two projects that are associated with this application.
Well, that's really good to know. I don't think that this is a correct statement. You couldn't just divide it in half. Is that correct?
I object to the question and that Ms. Amer's commenting and testifying.
Ms. Amer, please limit your interaction with the witness to be questions and not comment on the evidence, please.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner. Could you divide in half the economic benefits in your report, since two of the projects are not in this application?
No.
How would you go about figuring out the economic benefits for just the two projects?
The economic benefits that were calculated and are reported in this at various levels of detail. Those benefits for the projects that are subject to this application are separately stated throughout this report. And you are correct, the summary tables will roll up all four of those project activities in total, but there is, with relative ease, an ability to identify the economic impacts associated with just the two projects subject to this application.
Okay, so your testimony says that there would be a total economic impact of 648.9 million. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
And is it fair to say that that was for all four projects?
That is for all four projects.
So, and is it fair to conclude that if it were for two projects, it would be less than that?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it's stated throughout on a project by project basis. So you could calculate those values directly out of the report.
Thank you. Is that 600 and approximately 49 million economic impact just in New Mexico?
Yes.
And that's true even though one of the projects is located in Texas.
The project that is located in Texas was analyzed to investigate the expected reliance on New Mexico contractors, labor resources, and purchases that were being made in New Mexico. The 5 mile difference, or 5 miles from the New Mexico border, that the Gaines plant is going to be constructed, provides opportunity and likely reliance on significant resources in New Mexico, the major cities and counties that are directly associated with that Gaines plant.
Your report states that providing electric capacity to the oil and gas industry in New Mexico creates a strong incentive for expanding production in that oil and gas sector. Is that correct?
I don't think that's correct.
Okay, we'll move on. I can find it. Do you use multipliers in your report?
I do.
Can you explain how you apply them?
Economic multipliers are stated by the Bureau of Economic Analysis, and for that matter, several other services that publish economic multipliers, but I relied on the Bureau of Economic Analysis economic multipliers. And those multipliers are stated by sector activity. That is, construction activities are evaluated against their impacts on other sectors of the economy. So the indirect multiplier represents purchases, for example, by the labor and firms doing construction of gasoline at local service stations or lodging in New Mexico, lodging facilities. It's treated as a multiplier of the direct expenditure amount. In addition, induced induced impact multipliers are a further downstream activity where, for example, banking activities are generated in conjunction with the direct economic impacts. These are very common ways in which economists look at the flow of commerce in a regional economy. Very commonly used and have been used for all of my career as a basis for understanding the full economic impacts associated with direct expenditures.
Is there any way for us to know what specific multiplier values you applied to generate the totals on table JCT-2?
I do not believe we've produced that in either the report or any discovery requests, but absolutely, I could identify the multipliers that we relied on, and it's easy.
Okay. But nobody asked you for that, is what you're saying.
That's correct.
Does your report differentiate between what is, for lack of a better word, new economic development, or as opposed compared to expansion of existing businesses?
Not sure what your question is specifically getting at, but the calculated impacts are derived from anticipated direct expenditures.
So it could be a totally new business or an expansion of an existing business.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a definition of what is considered an economic benefit?
I don't think that I've provided a definition. I very carefully identify the specific activities that produce impacts, and those are broken out by the nature of the activity, construction, various other activities related to the development of these projects.
I know that Mr. Harris was asking you about the difference between economic impact and economic development. Do you agree there's a difference between the two terms?
I think you could define them differently. They are related. I mean, you'd be narrowing the scope of the full analysis to look at development versus impacts, but the development leads to impacts. I don't mean to sound like I'm giving you a circular answer, but I think they are directly related.
Do you believe that construction jobs should be included as an economic development?
The economic development activity can create construction jobs. I'm not sure how you intend to parse development from impacts.
But you agree that that construction jobs are temporary. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Generally, they cease when the project is finished. Correct?
That's correct, and they're evaluated in our estimate of the impacts on a specific year basis. So for each of the project analyzed, we had a construction schedule, and we had an identification from SPS of the anticipated number of jobs that would be required to produce that construction activity in a particular year. It's annual data.
So construction jobs are not long-term economic development. Do you agree?
They produce impacts during the time that they are active employment activities.
Which by definition is not long-term. Do you agree?
I agree.
Is there any way in your report to figure out, to parse out what is long-term economic development?
I'm not sure how to answer your question. The analysis calculates impacts on an annual basis. And so if we were to present the accumulation of impacts as they occur over the decades of construction and operation, you would see those impacts on an annualized basis. I present and is commonly presented in reports such as I have here in aggregate dollar value, discounted to a present value. I would point out also, Ms. Almer, that I have produced reports that were submitted to the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission in at least 3 different dockets over the past decade or so. And those impact analyses have been accepted, and those projects have been approved by the commission, in part based on the specific methodology that I again employ in this analysis.
If part of the economic development was industry that degraded the environment, would that decrease the value of the economic development?
An analysis that looked at that issue could potentially calculate such a value. I was neither asked to do that nor have any information that would support any such negative impacts associated with the application by SPS.
I just have a few more questions. Is it correct the analysis that you performed extends for 30 years?
That's correct.
Does that extended time frame create additional uncertainty?
As we have already discussed, the future is not knowable with precision. The project plans, the budgets that have been created by SPS are the best available information upon which we can rely at this point in time to analyze these impacts.
Does the analysis that you perform rely on data provided by SPS?
Yes, it does.
Could you briefly identify the data provided by SPS that was used in this analysis?
For each project, there is a schedule that SPS has provided as to the expenditures and employment on an annual basis associated with those particular projects. They are stated on an annual basis for construction, and similarly for the operational period following the commercial operation date for those projects.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Dr. Tyson, I had a couple of questions where I'd like you to further explain your answer. And I'll just start with the one that Ms. Amer asked you about the term of the analysis or term of the projected impacts. And so my question is, does the term of a particular projection potentially impact either the validity of the projection or or have some other impact based upon the term.
Let me restate your question to be sure I'm answering what you're asking.
Sure.
The question you're addressing is whether the term of the projections performed, does that extended term impact the validity of the projections? Is that restating your question as you intended?
Yes, and I don't know what you consider extended, but I don't have any particular term in mind. So you can just tell me, you can use examples of 5, 10, 30, 50, 100, or you can just answer the question without referring to a specific term period.
The analysis performed looks at the period, the expected operation of the after construction of the individual assets that are being analyzed. The analysis projects, for example, the construction impacts during a 3 or 5, 7-year construction period. The operations are projected over the expected operational life of the facilities. So the analysis is structured around the expected development and operation of the facilities. The data relied on is data that has been provided by SPS with respect to those, let's call them project budget activities.
But generally, is there any impact to your analysis by virtue of just how long the project benefits are being projected for?
Yes and no. The project benefits, the project impacts are stated annually over the time period analyzed. The value of that stream of business activities is then discounted back to a present value based on a social discount rate that is commonly used in these kinds of analyses. For example, I prepared a analysis of the SunZia generation and transmission project that is based on exactly this same methodology. And that project now, I guess, considered to be the largest renewable generation development project in the Western Hemisphere, relied on our projections to go out and obtain financing and to get placement of tranches of investment in that, whatever it is exactly, $15 billion enterprise that's currently under construction. I guess I think I'm answering your question.
Mr. Teisling, so excuse the interruption, Hearing Examiner Hurst, but just a clarification. Are you saying that your economic development analysis in that project was the cause for the acquisition of financing?
It was utilized by Pattern Energy to demonstrate the expected benefits of the project. And
But is
if
that,
I'm
excuse me, so is that what you said? Did you say it was utilized, or that it was responsible for the acquisition of finance?
if I said responsible, I can't take credit for entities investing in billion-dollar tranches in a project. Pattern Energy used our analysis to support their request for investment in their projects.
Hearing examiner Schaefer, did you get your clarification,
Yes,
sir?
yeah, pardon my interruption. It was
No,
just
not at all.
something I wanted to touch on.
Very well. Thank you. Dr. Teisling, the other question I'd like a little more information on is that you were discussing with Ms. Amer a approximate economic benefit impact in New Mexico, approximately 649 million. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And your testimony was the project's located in New Mexico, but your New Mexico specific number had an expected reliance on New Mexico contractors, labor resources, and purchases that were to be made in New Mexico. Do you remember that being your testimony?
That is consistent with my recollection.
Okay. And then you went on to say the 5-mile difference, indicating that the Gaines plant was 5 miles from the New Mexico border, where it's going to be constructed, provides opportunity and likely reliance on significant resources in New Mexico. That was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Tell me the basis for your likely reliance on New Mexico resources as opposed to Texas or Mexico or someplace else?
In doing these projects, and as I said, I've done probably 15 or so analyses just like this for energy development related projects. The contractors that are hired, generally considered to be EPC contractors, go out and source materials as best they can find them, and with a 5-mile difference between the Gaines plant location and the economic centers of Roswell and Hobbs and the counties generally adjacent to the border, those resources, whether they be truck drivers or dealers of concrete or electricians, the EPC contractors will seek to find resources that serve their needs and try to locate them probably from as close a source as possible. in this analysis, and based on my experience in similar projects, you can anticipate there will be some resources drawn locally, and there will be resources drawn from out of state. To state this in the most simplistic way, for the Gaines plant construction activities, if I recall off the top of my head correctly, we estimated approximately 7% of the total construction costs would be derived from entities that are New Mexico based and are considered to be New Mexico business enterprises. It's not a huge percentage of the total costs, but it reflects how those resources are most likely to be procured in the development and construction, even operation of that Gaines plant facility.
Did that analysis include any estimation of skilled labor?
Not specifically. What we did is, let me back up a bit. The data that we received from SPS for the Gaines facility were total construction costs. And so in doing so, we discussed the specific activities that most likely could be sourced from New Mexico, and in conjunction with Mr. Gable and the rest of the team, we by consensus agreed, for example, on the 7% share of the construction costs. It is unknowable right now the specific amount of those activities that will be sourced from New Mexico. But as I have done in the dozen or so of these kinds of analyses, I always err on a conservative assumption basis. That is, I would rather under-promise and overperform than vice versa. This is a conservative estimate, in my opinion.
You've identified Hobbs and Roswell as potential areas where there could be construction resources acquired for Gaines. Are there any other comparable or greater sized cities in Texas that also could be utilized to get those same construction resources?
I believe the simple answer is yes. The allocation that we performed suggesting that 93% of those resources will come from out-of-state resources, whether they're Texas or Oklahoma or Louisiana. It doesn't directly create an impact in New Mexico. Our effort was to identify New Mexico-based impacts only.
Did you do a similar study for the SPS proceeding on these resources in the before the Texas Public Utility Commission?
I did not.
Dr. Teisling, I think those are the questions I had for you. Thank you, sir. Hearing examiner Schaefer, did you have any questions for Dr. Teisling?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Good afternoon again, Dr. Tyson. Let's try and see if your video works. Maybe some of those wrinkles have been ironed out through the internet self-correcting. So can you tell me what is economic development?
Economic development is generally considered to be an expansion of business activities in a particular region.
And you meaning E3, you work for E3, correct?
No, sir. My firm was established in 1992, and a kind of an interesting sidebar is that probably in 94, I was contacted by E3 to try to buy my domain name. We are totally separate and independent entities. I have been based in Albuquerque since 1992.
I didn't mean to cause any concern. I meant E3, E3C or EC3. What's the proper title of your company? EC3?
The name of the firm registered with the state is Energy Economic and Environmental Consultants, LLC. We use the E3C logo, if you will, acronym, whatever you want to call it, for shorthand reference.
Sure, and not to get us off track. I apologize for misidentifying the name of your firm. And you were contacted by SPS, correct, to perform an economic impact analysis?
Yes.
And for what purpose?
There was no stated purpose at the time that I was engaged. The common use of these studies is to obtain public support for the activities that are included within the analysis. That it was related specifically to the state of New Mexico, I think reflects the concern that the project authorization in New Mexico move forward as expeditiously as possible.
How many economic impact analyses have you performed for utility companies in your career? And a round number is sufficient.
It's hard to say with precision, as many times the studies are for entities who are building facilities for a utility. But I would say 4, maybe 5, ranging from projects in Louisiana, Mississippi, and the south central part of the US to, as I said before, projects like SunZia that are connected directly to the utilities at the California border through CAISO.
And is there any, to your knowledge, is there any reason why a utility, or even in this case, is there any reason in your mind as to why SPS would want to include an economic impact analysis?
I believe when I was contacted, there was discussion of trying to develop a legislative authorization for accelerating the approval of projects such as this before the PRC. I don't know if the reason that I was originally contacted directly relates to that initiative, but certainly the study that I performed was submitted as part of the application to the Economic Development Department in, I guess that was August, maybe it was early September.
What is the contract price of this report that you prepared for SPS?
There is no fixed price. It is an hourly rate activity.
Okay, well, given that did this work take place within the parameters of a contractual agreement?
Absolutely.
And how much have you charged under that contract?
I don't have a number off the top of my head. It's several $100,000.
100 or 500 or 800?
No, more on the order of 100. It could be as much as 200, but it's probably in that range.
And what is your hourly rate?
$425 an hour for the analysis activities. It also varies depending on the specific development activities. My other principal investigator who did a significant amount of work is, I believe, at $325 an hour. She is also a PhD.
Did you use an input-output model for this analysis?
No.
What kind of model did you use?
It was a built-up model that relied on it's an original Excel spreadsheet, basically, relying on the data that we received from SPS and extending those calculations to specific economic activities, construction, so on and so forth. And there was a reliance on the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis input-output table to develop multipliers or to identify multipliers that were used in our analysis, but it was not a full-blown input-output model as that would be understood by most professional economists.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, I'm an economist, and maybe I am. How would you describe to me the mathematical functions that you used to generate the results presented in your report?
They're very straightforward project budgets, as I indicated, that are stated on an annual basis. They're the dollar values that are relied upon are all.
Doctor, let me interrupt just for sake of brevity and efficiency. I'm not concerned about the inputs yet. We can discuss inputs in a few moments. I'm mostly concerned about the economic functions that you used and the equations. And if you could describe those for us.
Equations are basically addition and multiplication, some division. You take a estimated cost for construction of the Gaines plant, broken down by 5 or 6 different categories of expenditures in that construction project. We allocate that total construction budget to activities that appear likely to potentially be sourced from New Mexico, as I've previously described. Is that answering your? I'm not trying to be evasive.
No. I mean, I am a trained economist, so I am interested in learning more about your perspectives on this, and we can certainly get into more detail. But are you telling me that you were paid close to $100,000 for essentially arithmetic sums and additions and divisions?
In order to do an analysis like this, It requires an investment in a substantial economic model. The model is a creation of E3C. It's a model that has been utilized and tested in many applications, widely accepted, easy to understand, straightforward, nothing particularly extravagant in terms of assumptions or allocations. It just takes a lot of time to compile a model such as this with as many different components as are included in the model. It is a very detailed economic analysis.
So I may have misunderstood you, but I thought you told me a few moments ago that you didn't use a model.
It's a term of art. A model is something that is defined within the scope of the analysis performed. If you wanted me to just call it a spreadsheet, I could tell you it's just a spreadsheet, but it has numerous interactive tabs in the spreadsheet. It, in every sense, is an economic model of these projects.
So what I'm getting at, Dr. Teisling, as a trained economist, you are certainly aware of the theoretical bases of different economic analyses. And I'm wondering if you can just describe to us what a school of thought or what economic principles are used here or are relied upon for your model.
I guess the best way to address your question is that the activities that are performed in our analysis are consistent with standard economic methods for analyzing project development activities that have a variety and complexity in the moving parts, in the various categories of expenditures and operational activities. It is basically a cash flow analysis, if you will. That would probably be the most general way to state the nature of the economic analysis performed. But taken together, considering all the factors that we considered, it is consistent with an economic model. As a matter of fact, it is my dissertation was an economic impact analysis of alternative resolutions of Pueblo Indian water rights in the Upper Rio Grande. That was a projection that relied on a variety of legal interpretations provided by professors at the University of New Mexico Law School. Those were integrated with a variety of calculations in, I believe there were 5 regions stating different economic activities and produced a result. I don't mean to suggest any sort of historic significance that suggested a resolution that would allow the Pueblo Indians to obtain all the water in the Upper Rio Grande Basin on the condition that they had to put that water to use in order, in a certain period of time, I think it was 3 or 5 years, something like that. And some 25 5 years later, that was the resolution that was adopted in the Amont case. At the time that I
sorry, the
produced
name of the case? The name
the
of the
Amont,
case?
AAMODT, I believe. Economists rely on a rigor in the analysis, a knowledge of how the economy works, whether it's labor markets or a variety of financial transactions. And you develop your analysis based on the specific circumstances that need to be analyzed. You could have done the same analysis possibly using a packaged model like the National Renewable Energy Labs JEDI model. But that doesn't produce anywhere near the level of detail or accuracy that the approach that we take provides. It is why we're attractive to development clients.
Dr. Tyson, what do you mean by accuracy? How do you determine what is accurate in your line of work?
For example, going back to the comparison of the JEDI model results to what we produce, the JEDI model results would not be able to articulate the specific labor benefits, impacts that we are able to calculate with this model. Certainly, the JEDI model.
Is it a question of specificity or accuracy? Detail,
the structure of the model.
I'm wondering if there's a difference here between detail versus accuracy.
In order to judge the accuracy, you have to look at the source inputs and judge whether or not those data inputs were properly utilized in the analysis performed. My interpretation of why we are identified for this kind of work is that the parties find our analyses and results useful in presenting the economic impacts of their projects that they are developing.
Let me stop you for a second there. Thank you. So you said useful, that your clients find your work useful. And is that because it's useful in persuading people to invest or approve your clients' projects? Is that what you mean by useful?
In part, also financing. That's, I think, the primary use that Pattern has made, but I will also tell you that Pattern asks for information to be stated on a county-specific basis, and that was so that they could go to the various county commissions to inform them, maybe in some cases ask them for assistance in the form of industrial revenue bond authorization or what have you. But public authorities are commonly, just as you are, commonly interested in having significant detail about the impacts of projects such as these. And that is, I think, the most general statement of the value of our work.
And your work projects increased financial revenues, or your report here predicts an increase in revenues or financial amounts. Is that correct?
In several respects, yes. For example,
Go ahead, doctor. Sorry to interrupt.
For example, we explicitly calculate the compensating tax, gross receipts tax, and property tax revenues that will produce fiscal impacts in the state of New Mexico. That is useful information if you're a county manager. It may be useful information to the Public Regulation Commission. Similarly, it is helpful in terms of understanding the specific benefits that a particular community or county could obtain through the private development activities, construction, the jobs, and so on and so forth.
Are there any blind spots or weaknesses to your method or to your report that you feel are inherent to the method?
Certainly, the most significant input is the data that we receive from the client. We have reliance on the clients to provide us with the project development detail necessary to perform our analyses. That's exactly why I expressly state that this is the best information available for these projects.
Dr. Teisling, have you ever performed an economic impact analysis that did not yield positive integers?
Certainly. Let's just start with my dissertation. There were costs to communities that were associated with the loss of access to water if it was developed by Pueblo Indian tribes. That's just a sample. I mean, do I focus on the negative potential impacts? Typically not. That is typically not the assignment. The assignment is to be focused on the specific project activities and how they will produce economic benefits in specific measures.
Dr. Teisling, have you ever conducted a retrospective analysis of your work to see how accurate it has yielded the projected fiscal revenues?
As a matter of fact, we have in one of the pattern projects that we worked on, which relates to the Broadview project. We performed the same structure of analysis prior to the construction of the project. And then I believe it was 2.5 or 3 years later, we were asked to go back by pattern to verify how accurately we projected the employment gains, the gross receipts tax gains, the actual construction employment activities. It turns out, as I suggested earlier, that the approach that we take, and particularly my primary concern of, as I characterize it, under promise and over deliver, we demonstrated in that retrospective review of our prior work that we were within approximately 7 to 10% low in our projections of economic impacts.
Just a few more brief questions, Dr. Teisling. You, in your model here, didn't account for potential increased electricity prices, did you?
No.
And Was that the only project that you conducted a retrospective of with Pattern?
It's the only one I recall in a formal sense, but I have gone back and looked at other projects we analyzed and then looked up, for example, gross receipts tax revenues from that county after the fact, just to test whether or not we're on track.
Thank you, Dr. Teisling. Thank you so much for your time and contribution.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Schaefer. Ms. Hardy, any redirect for Dr. Teisling?
Just a couple, Madam Examiner.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Teisling, you were asked questions by Mr. Harris and Ms. Hager regarding the data you relied upon. Do you recall those questions?
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you clearly.
Do you recall being asked questions by Mr. Harris and Ms. Amer regarding the data that you relied upon?
Yes.
And is the type of data that you relied upon with respect to the study the type that you generally rely on in performing these economic impact studies?
Yes, it is.
And with respect to potential changes in electric rates, would those changes alter your conclusions in your report?
I don't think so. I think that the only categories in which that might produce an impact would be associated with the level of oil and gas electrification and potentially the regional potential for additional economic development illustrated by the data center example. But since those are not knowable, those rate impacts are not knowable at this point in time, frankly. I would be speculating if I'd done such an analysis.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. Any redirect based upon any redirect? I don't know why I keep saying that. Any recross based upon the redirect or my questions or Hearing Examiner Schaefer's questions? Seeing none. Dr. Teisling, thank you very much, sir. You're excused.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Hurst.
So if you will just sign out, I will admit Mr. Asmus. Ms. Hardy, who has the next witness?
That is me.
Okay. Let me. Mr. Asmus. Welcome. Are we seeing him yet, Miss Hardy?
Says he's connecting to audio. See his name.
How we doing there, Mr. Asmus? Miss Hardy?
Well, it's still showing that he's trying to connect to audio.
Does that mean I might have to bump out some of the attorneys so I can get a witness?
I don't don't think so. Let me text him.
Any luck?
Not yet. Maybe he needs to try to get off and rejoin.
Well, he could try that. I'll let him back in.
Oh, now it looks like he's, well, looked like he was connected and then now it says connecting again, so.
Looks like we're set. Mr. Asmus, are you here with us?
I'm here now. Sorry about that.
There you are.
I
Mr.
was
Lee, would you please swear the witness, please?
Mr. Asmus, are you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Go ahead, Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. Mr. Asmus, can you please state your name for the record?
Lucas Allen Asmus.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Excel Energy Services as manager of corporate finance.
Do you have in front of you a document that's marked as SPS Exhibit 16?
Yes, I do.
What is that document, please?
This is the direct testimony of Lucas A. Asmus on behalf of Southwestern Public Service Company.
Was your testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
It was.
And is it true and correct?
Yes.
If you were asked the questions in your direct testimony today, would your answers be the same?
I would.
And are there any attachments to your direct testimony?
I have 5 attachments to my direct.
Were those attachments prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
They were.
Madam Examiner, I move the admission of SPS Exhibit 16.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 16, the direct testimony of Mr. Asmus as verified by him here today? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 16 is admitted. Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. Mr. Asmus, do you have in front of you a document marked as SPS Exhibit 17?
Yes, I do.
What is that document, please?
This is the rebuttal testimony of Lucas A. Asmus on behalf of Southwestern Public Service Company.
Was that testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
It was.
Are the answers in your testimony true and correct?
Yes.
And if you were asked the questions in your rebuttal testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Madam Examiner, I move the admission of SPS Exhibit 17, please.
Mr. Asmus, did you have any attachments to your rebuttal testimony?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 17, the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Asmus? Hearing no objection, SPS 17 will be admitted.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Mr. Asmus is available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. It's my understanding, Commissioner O'Connell, that you have questions for this witness, sir.
Yeah, I have just one idea to explore.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Asmus.
Good afternoon.
I understand you're in Minneapolis, so I was afraid your internet was frozen, literally.
Yeah, had some technical difficulties there. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So just looking at your direct testimony, when I read it, what it looked to me is that what you're telling us is that financing the amount of construction that is included in the ask in this case poses a risk to SPS's credit rating. Is that fair?
I would say that the proposed plan will add incremental financial pressure to the company. Yes.
Okay. And then I was balancing that against the testimony that we frequently see in rate cases, which is, dear commission, if you don't give me all the money I ask for as fast as I ask for it, you will damage my credit rating. Do you do work in rate cases?
I do support our treasurer, who usually files direct testimony for capital structure.
So you're familiar with the kind of testimony that SPS files in rate cases regarding credit risk?
Yes, sir.
All right. So here's the question: is just looking for balance here. Is coming from a point of view I'm trying to test here is the concept that you don't get credit for cleaning up your own mess. That does the company have a responsibility, or do you do any internal balancing around how far you push out the boat in terms of managing the finances so the company isn't responsible for creating a credit risk?
I would say that the company's first obligation is to reliably serve its customers safely and to meet the demands that the system is requiring. And so rate-based growth is going to be financed with a mixture of debt and equity. And the primary way that the company can manage its financial risk is through its capitalization, the way it's structured, so its equity layer, as well as its return on equity and its depreciation. Those are the metrics that we really can control. And so,
well, yeah, I that's exactly what I'd like to explore here. Is the premise of that answer is the only way to deliver the service required is through rate-based growth.
Sir, are you asking the company should consider investing less? Is that what you're asking me?
That what I'm asking you is does the company have a responsibility when growing rate base is damaging to the credit rating to look at other alternatives?
Could you give me an example of what alternatives you mean?
Well, for example, SPS doesn't own all of the generation it uses to provide service to its customers. But in this case, asking for rate base of $9.5 billion worth of power plant.
So my understanding is that the preferred plan that we are presenting to this commission is the lowest cost plan. Certainly PPAs would not pressure the financials of the company as much as the capital build out. Though I would note that certain types of PPAs, particularly capacity PPAs, do have some impact for our credit as well.
And then, there are other options out there also, like virtual power plants, demand response. Does the company have any responsibility to try to balance rate-based growth, especially when you're talking about harming your credit rating, against when you're saying this is the best solution?
I think those questions are really outside of my expertise in terms of how we plan the system and even really the resource planning and even the capital projects that are selected. I would say my area of expertise is downstream of that. Is once the plan has been developed, where I come in is how do we finance that particular plan?
Well, thank you, because you're getting at kind of the root of my question is when is impact on customers in terms of things like credit impact included in the planning process, and it sounds like it isn't until after have already settled on, again, $9.5 billion worth of rate base.
Yes, Commissioner, I think when we do the resource planning, it's assumed that we use a consistent capital structure. We're not assuming credit downgrades. We're not assuming credit upgrades. It's kind of a status quo from that perspective.
Yeah. So that's where you start, and then you do the plan, and then you say, ooh, this plan screws up our credit metrics. It's not an iterative loop, is what I'm hearing. So I just want to confirm whether that's true or not.
I think that's generally true, the way you're characterizing it.
Okay.
I would note with the specific mechanism that I talk about in my direct testimony, it's really it's not an increase for customers. It's more just the timing of when the recovery happens.
Right. We need the money faster, so it doesn't impair our credit rating. It is what I took away from the testimony. So
that's effectively how pre-funded AFUDC works.
right. But as a
Actually,
commissioner, I'm
pre-funded-
sitting here thinking about affordability and raising customers' bills and trying to do as little of a raise as possible. And in the world of net present value, discounting the future is the truth too. So not only that how much bills go up, but when do they go up is also something I'm thinking about. So anyway, that's what sparked my desire to explore this concept. And then just honesty here, when I read the thing and I compare it to what companies tell me in rate cases, it felt kind of like a good for me, but not for thee situation. You know, it's okay if I harm my credit rating, but it's not okay if you harm my credit rating. So I was just hoping to have a bit of a conversation with you here today to hopefully dispel that thought that's in my head that came from reading your testimony.
Well, sir, I wouldn't characterize it that we are harming our credit rating. I would say we're trying to meet the needs of the system in the best way that we believe is prudent. And the preferred plan is the lowest cost plan, on my understanding. And so from there, it's what are the financial implications of that? If we spend this money in this way, what does that mean? And what are some mitigating options that we have?
And I understand this plan includes a lot of bids that were provided from one area of the company to another area of the company. And that's part of this rate base growth. And we heard some testimony yesterday from one of the members of that team, and he talked about how Excel will buy projects that are in development. So does Excel ever look at selling projects that are in development?
I'm not sure on that. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you being here today and just wanted to, the concept just kind of didn't sit well with me based on, again, what I'm hearing in this case versus what I hear in rate cases, just trying to reconcile those two things together. So I appreciate your testimony and appreciate you being here today. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Connell. I believe Mr. Lee, are we about ready for a break?
Yes, Judge.
Very well. I've got 3 o'clock. We'll recess until 3:10. And please remember that the YouTube is still on. Mr. Lee, are we good?
Yes, Judge.
Very well. Let's go back on the record from our afternoon recess. We're going to continue or begin the cross of Mr. Asmus. And I believe, Mr. Stoffel, you reserved 15 minutes.
That's correct.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Asmus.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stoffel.
There you are. For the record, I'm Nick Stoffel. I'm one of the attorneys for the New Mexico Large Customer Group in this proceeding. I'd like to start with a little follow-up discussion with the conversation you just had with Commissioner O'Connell and the idea of pre-funding AFUDC. And just to be clear, SPS is not seeking approval to recover pre-funded AFUDC in this proceeding, right?
That is correct, sir.
And if AFUDC is pre-funded, that involves charging customers for the financing cost of an investment before customers start receiving any benefits from the investment, correct?
That is correct.
And without pre-funded AFUDC, the financing cost of an investment is generally recovered over the life of the investment, right?
That is correct.
So in your rebuttal testimony, you respond to the NMLCG's recommendations regarding a financing plan for the proposed self-build projects, right?
Yes, sir.
And as part of your response, you raised the concept of project financing, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, generally, project financing is when the debt and equity for a project is raised at the project company level, right?
That's my understanding.
And the project company's assets are pledged as collateral for that financing, right?
Yes, sir.
And then in the case of default, with project financing, the lenders cannot pursue any assets other than the collateral of the project company, right?
That's my understanding. Yes, non-recourse debt.
So project financing is intended to isolate the risk of default associated with any development of a project to the project company, right?
Yes.
The NMLCG's testimony did not recommend project financing, correct?
Not specifically. No, sir.
Project financing was not used in the testimony from the NMLCG at all, right?
No, sir. I mentioned it in my testimony because on page 44 of Ms. Hashelman's direct testimony, she noted that typically utilities do not plan at the project level, but in this case, it would be appropriate or something like that.
And the NMLCG did not raise any issues regarding the possibility of lenders seeking recourse from SPS due to default by any of the project companies, right?
No, sir.
You agree that the NMLCG did raise concerns regarding the amount of estimated financing costs, or AFUDC, included in the proposed certificated costs requested for the self-build projects, right?
I would agree.
How much AFUDC is included within the certificated cost estimate for the portfolio of self-bid projects as we sit here today?
I believe it was slightly over $1 billion.
And was that the original estimate or for the portfolio of projects that are still proposed to move forward here? Do you know?
I don't know that specifically. I think it's still around $1 billion.
$1 billion is a substantial amount of money, right?
I would agree.
So if the certificated cost is set to include the company's requested level of AFUDC around $1 billion, SPS does not have any incentive to reduce the cost of financing the self-build projects. So the actual amount is less than the level included in the certificated cost, correct?
Can you please ask that question again?
If the certificated cost is set to include the company's requested level of AFUDC of approximately $1 billion, SPS does not have any incentive to reduce the cost of financing the self-build projects, so the actual amount is less than the level included in the certificated cost, correct?
Objection.
Ms. Hardy?
I think it's a vague and confusing question.
Mr.
It's
Stoffel?
a long narrative, and I don't understand it. It seems confusing to me.
I can break it up if you'd like, Your Honor. I disagree that it's too long. It's certainly not compound. It's building on the prior questions, and it's getting to the heart of the matter, which is the implication of the level of AFUDC included in the certificated cost requested by the company.
Why don't you go ahead and state it in that way?
So, Mr. Asmus, if the certificated cost is set to include the company's requested level of AFUDC of approximately $1 billion, do you understand that that gives the company the presumption that that amount of AFUDC is reasonable?
Mr. Stoffel, I would say that I think we have the incentive to lower our cost of capital. That's a benefit to us and to our customers. And so the level of AFUDC that is a function of whatever our cost of capital is, I think is in alignment with that.
So let's unpack that a little bit. You agreed earlier, right, that the amount of actual AFUDC is recovered with the cost of the investment, right?
Correct.
So it's included in rate base?
Under the traditional model, yes.
And under the traditional model, the company earns a return on rate base until it recovers that amount through rates, correct?
As the AFUDC accrues, it gets capitalized along with the plant, and then it will earn a return with an ROE, correct?
And so what is the company's incentive to reduce the amount of AFUDC that ultimately is included in rate?
I'm sorry, can you start your question again? So what is the company's?
What is the company's incentive to reduce the amount of AFUDC if AFUDC is ultimately included in rate base and the company is allowed to earn a return on it?
AFUDC is a function of our cost of debt and our cost of equity. And so to the extent that we can lower our cost of debt, and that will lower AFUDC, and that benefits us and our customers. If we can lower the cost of debt, that helps us manage our earnings.
And my question is more specific, though, about reducing the ultimate amount of AFUDC, not just the cost of debt. So what incentive do you have to reduce the total amount of AFUDC?
I think what I'm saying is that AFUDC it's an output of our cost of capital. And I'm saying we have an incentive to lower our cost of capital as much as we can. And that's in alignment with our customers. At the end of the day, whatever our cost of capital is, it will turn into AFUDC, a rate-based component of AFUDC. I agree with that. And I understand that you're saying that we would like to have more rate base than less rate base. But I'm saying that as we are financing our plan, we are trying to lower our cost of capital as much as we can.
So generally, you agree long-term debt is cheaper than equity, right?
I would agree.
And short-term debt is cheaper than long-term debt typically?
Generally true, yes.
And so what incentive does the company have to use lower cost of capital, both short-term debt or long-term debt, as compared to equity in financing the construction of these projects to reduce AFUDC?
Well, first, I would say we are going back to the discussion around credit. We're using an equity ratio that helps us manage our credit quality, right? So that we can access long-term debt at reasonable prices and short-term debt at reasonable prices. And then the function of long-term debt and short-term debt is really what the size of our credit facility is. And we are trying to access the long-term debt markets at opportune times, at the same time making sure our facility is not getting too high. We're not pushing the limits of what we can borrow on a short-term basis.
And how much would your cost of debt have to rise to equal your cost of equity?
Well, right now, our cost of equity in New Mexico, I believe, is roughly 9.5%, something like that, the authorized ROE. We could probably currently issue a long-term bond approximately between 5.5 and 6%, but that also we get a tax deduction for that. So quite a bit, sir.
Quite a bit.
Yeah.
And so it would be more favorable for customers to use less equity to fund AFUDC, even if it caused a modest increase in your cost of capital and your cost of debt?
Sir, I think the current equity ratio at 54.7% is helping us support our current credit rating, which I think is very important. So I would not recommend or be comfortable lowering the equity ratio to reduce the AFUDC rate.
And you're speaking in terms of the company's actual capital structure, or the capital structure used to set rates?
We manage them very closely. So right now, we try to manage SPS's capital structure as close to the authorized level as we can.
But for purposes of financing the self-build projects specifically, if the commission determined that it should be financed using a 50-50 capital structure, 50% equity, that would reduce the amount of AFUDC accrued for the projects, correct?
No, sir. AFUDC is done via a FERC formula. It's a FERC mandated calculation, and it's done at the entire company level. So essentially how it works is we would use whatever the equity balance was at the end of the year, and whatever the long-term debt balance was at the end of the year. That would be our capital structure for AFUDC purposes across the entire complex.
So maybe my question was unclear and I can make it a little more specific. If the commission limited the amount of equity in your capital structure for purposes of determining the amount of AFUDC to include in the certificated costs to that of 50% equity, that would reduce the amount of AFUDC included in the certificated costs, correct?
Yes, if there was some type of regulatory adjustment that was done topside to lower the equity ratio, that would lower the AFUDC rate for those projects.
Thank you, Mr. Asmus. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stoffel. I believe that the next cross-examiner that reserved time, Mr. DeSalen, Ms. Lynch. 10
CCAE has
minutes?
CCAE has no questions for this witness. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Mr. DeSalen. Ms. Lynch, what about for Prosperity Works?
Prosperity Works has no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe the other cross-examiner for this witness was staff. Ms. Amer, Ms. Lang, I believe staff reserved 20 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Asmus, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My cross exam is going to be less than 20 minutes because both Mr. Stoffel and Commissioner O'Connell asked a lot of my questions. I was like, that's my question. Anyway, so let's go to your direct testimony.
Okay.
Page 20, well, actually, let's start at page 3. Starting the question at line 8. And, please summarize your testimony and recommendations. And you say, my testimony addresses the significant financial pressures SPS faces as it executes its large capital program for the self-built projects and associated transmission lines. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, I see that.
Can you tell us what significant financial pressures mean in this context?
So as the company is building these projects, it's spending money and it has to raise debt. And this is before the projects have been in service and in rate base. And so there's essentially a time where the company is taking on debt, but has no cash flow to service that debt. And that's really the pressures that I'm talking about.
And when you say projects, are these specifically which projects are we talking about? Are these the projects that are included in the application or more?
My testimony is specifically dealing with the large size of these specific projects in the self-build projects.
Do you know what percentage of these self-built projects is in response to minimum reserve requirements by the SPP?
I do not know.
Do you know who would know that?
Can you say it again?
Oh, do you know who would know that?
I would think maybe Mr. Gable.
Oh, okay. Well, that train has left the station, so let's move along. I just have a theoretical question about theory. If you could go to your rebuttal testimony, page 5. There you talk about, actually, bear with me. Okay, actually, if you could stay in your direct testimony, if you go to page 23, please. And if you start at page 8, that's where the question starts. Are there options that exist to alleviate this issue for large capital projects that have extended construction periods? And on line 10, you answer, the most straightforward option that has ample precedent in utility rate making is turning AFUDC. Is there anywhere in your testimony that you cite to this ample precedent?
I don't believe I make any specific examples. No.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go to your rebuttal, please. Page 5 of your rebuttal testimony, if I can get there. You talk about project financing. Where? Yes, you talk about how project financing is not a beneficial alternative. Is that accurate?
That's my opinion.
Okay. In general, is it your opinion that understanding that isolating project risks that come with project financing is not a favorable way to mitigate credit rating tankings?
So if these projects were done via project like a special purpose entity or vehicle, they would have their own credit rate. They would be off of SPS's credit. Mm-hmm. My concern with project financing is it's really the cost. It would be a much more expensive option for customers than the traditional first mortgage bond structure.
But in your opinion, would the cost be a reasonable option if it protects credit rating?
I think ultimately the cost of capital should be the primary goal for us to minimize for the customer and for us, frankly. And project financing is It's a long, the process is much more intensive. There's more legal barriers, there's more friction costs. They're not as liquid. I just don't think it is a favorable option when you compare it to the first mortgage bond structure that we typically finance with.
So in general, you would, to SPS, less cost is more attractive than mitigating credit rating? Is that what you're saying?
Well, we manage our credit rating so that we can access capital, and that also benefits from a cost perspective, right? So, investment grade credit rating means that we can access capital effectively, and we can do so at a lower cost. In my opinion, if we were to go and try to finance these projects via some type of project finance vehicle, first off, I think it would be administratively very hard. I think it would really delay the process, and it would make it just practically harder. As well as we wouldn't get the benefit of saving as much cost. The cost of capital would be eroded because you would be issuing higher cost capital.
Okay, let me see if I have anything else. That is all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lang. Hearing Examiner Schaefer, do you have any questions for Mr. Asmus?
No, I do not. Thank you, hearing examiner Hurst.
Thank you. And I believe I understand your testimony, Mr. Asmus. So I appreciate your time, and thank you very much, sir. You are excused.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
I think at this point, we have gotten to where I hoped we would be with SPS witnesses. So unless I hear an objection, Ms. Beatles, is your witness ready to affirm his testimony?
I don't know if he's in the waiting room, but I told him to be poised to enter it.
Okay.
So let me check in with him real quick.
Okay, I don't see anybody waiting in the waiting room yet. And while you're checking, Miss Hardy, the next SPS witness.
It'd be Mr.
is
Tucker.
Okay. Well, you can alert witness Tucker. We're almost ready.
I will let him know. Thank you.
Thank you. How we doing, Miss Beatles?
He said he can join in 2 minutes. Is that
Okay.
Is that okay?
Sure.
I've been in touch with him, and I said to sit tight. I sent him the Zoom link. I wanted to know when to join, and he said, I understand the hearing examiner will make room for me when and if the time comes. So
Okay. Tell him to stop packing.
Yeah, if she calls me, will I have a few minutes or am I on deck?
You're on now.
Yeah.
I believe I just admitted somebody, Miss Beatles.
Oh, great.
Zoom user.
Let's hope that's not AI.
iPhone 6.
This is Eric Tucker. I just joined.
Oh, Mr. Tucker, we're not quite ready for you. Just give us a few minutes. We're trying to admit somebody else. But go ahead and disconnect, and we'll get right to you here.
Is the plan to get to Mr. Cooley today?
Mr. Cooley's after Mr. Tucker.
Okay, I see Mr. Miller.
Okay.
You're on mute.
Why am I not seeing him?
He's on his cell phone, Judge.
It says iPhone 6.
Oh, okay. Mr. Miller?
He's on mute. There you go.
I'm unmuted, I hope. Is that correct?
There you go. Good afternoon.
Okay.
So Western Resource Advocates calls Nicholas W. Miller.
Mr. Lee, would you please swear the witness?
Mr. Miller, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Go ahead, Ms. Beatles.
For the record, could you please state your full name and your place of business?
Nicholas W. Miller, consulting for Hickory Ledge LLC, here on behalf of Western Resource Advocates.
And do you have before you a copy of the direct testimony you filed on behalf of Western Resource Advocates on December 23rd, 2025?
Yes, opening it now. Thank you.
And please note that this is marked WRA Exhibit number 3. Do you have any changes or corrections to WRA Exhibit number 3, your direct testimony?
Yes, I do. There is a typo on page 14, line 15, excuse me. Page 14, line 15, where I raise concern about possible must-run constraints on gains. The word note should be not. So it should read otherwise not needed.
Other than that correction, if you were to answer today the same questions contained in your direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And are they true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
I move the admission of WRA Exhibit number 3.
Mr. Miller, you have an attachment to your testimony?
I do not.
You didn't attach your CV?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, this is CV attached.
And you prepared that, or that was prepared under your direction and control?
Yes, it was.
And it's true and correct?
It is true and correct.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified as WRA Exhibit 3, the direct testimony of Mr. Miller as corrected and affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, WRA Exhibit 3 is admitted. And I believe, Ms. Beatles, that the cross-examination for Mr. Miller has previously been waived. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, parties speak now. If you haven't waived that cross-examination, because I can tell you that, hearing examiner Schaefer and I, have conferred, and our review of Mr. Miller's testimony, indicates to us that we understand his testimony and we don't have any questions for him. Therefore, anything further, Ms. Beatles, for Mr. Miller?
No, I have nothing further for Mr. Miller.
Very well. Mr. Miller, we appreciate you showing up here on short notice. This was an accommodation because we're here hearing you're going to be away on an island and we're going to still be doing the hearing. So
I will be thinking of you.
Oh,
Judge.
And we appreciate that very much, sir.
And I greatly appreciate you accommodating me. And sorry for this. I had to leave the Wi-Fi because it was breaking up in my office. So I'm glad the cell phone is working. So thank you, Judge.
The cell phone is working, and again, sir, we appreciate your time, and we wish you safe travels. And you're excused, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
I believe now then we can go back to the SPS presentation. Thank you all for your accommodation. And we can get Mr. Tucker back. And Ms. Hardy, do you have Mr. Tucker?
Yes, I believe he's available in the Zoom.
I just admitted someone.
I just joined.
Okay. Hello there, Mr. Tucker. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee, would you please swear the witness?
Mr. Tucker, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give, the matter not pending, should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Hardy?
Thank you. Mr. Tucker, can you please state your name for the record?
Eric Tucker,
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Southwestern Public Service. I am the Capital Director of SPS.
Do you have in front of you a document that's marked as SPS Exhibit 19?
I do.
What is that document, please?
This is my direct testimony.
Was that testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes,
And is there an attachment to your testimony?
there is.
Was that attachment also prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes,
Is your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
yes,
If you were asked the questions in your direct testimony today, would your answers be the same?
they would.
Madam Examiner, I move the admission of SPS Exhibit 19, please.
Any objection to what's been identified as Mr. Tucker's direct testimony as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 19 is admitted. Ms. Hardy?
Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Tucker. He's available for cross-examination.
Very well. I believe that the first party to reserve cross-examination time for Mr. Tucker is CCAE. Mr. DeSalen or Ms. Lynch, you reserve 10 minutes for Mr. Tucker?
No questions, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Ms. Lynch, you reserved 10 minutes on behalf of Prosperity Works for Mr. Tucker?
I did for a variety of reasons, but I do not have any questions.
Very well. Mr. Harris, you reserved 15 minutes for Mr. Tucker.
I waived my cross-examination, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Very well. I believe staff had 5.
Yes, ma'am. And staff has no questions for Mr. Tucker. Thank you.
Wow, Mr. Tucker, you're benefiting from the Friday afternoon lull. Hearing examiner Schaefer, do you have questions for Mr. Tucker?
I have around 90 minutes of questions for the witness, Your Honor.
Go ahead,
No,
sir.
no questions. Thank you, Mr. Tucker, for your participation and your engagement with the proceeding.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Let me look over my notes. The substance of your testimony, Mr. Tucker, has to do with the extensions that are part of the that are part of the request in this case.
Yes.
And my understanding that the average age of the plants that SPS seeks to extend is over 40 years.
Yes, most of them that we're talking about are over 60.
But they still keep on going,
Yes.
right? And that's the result of very good maintenance program.
Yes, that is true.
And are you responsible for that maintenance program?
Unfortunately, no.
No. But essentially, a decision was made by SPS that it was going to be cheaper and meet its more immediate needs to get extensions as opposed to try to source the generation from someplace else.
Yes, that is correct.
And I think you referenced that on page 9 of your testimony. You refer to Mr. Gable's testimony at line 13, that a no extension portfolio would require 10 additional resources totaling 3,627 megawatts, increasing system costs by 463 million by 2030 and more than 3 billion on a net present value over a 20-year planning horizon, correct?
Correct, yes.
But none of the extensions that you're asking for are 20 years, right?
Right. They are, excuse me one second.
If you move on to your testimony beginning on page 10, looks like you want to increase Nichols by 7 years. Nichols 1
Yes,
and Nichols 2 by 9 years.
that is correct, yes.
And then Maddox 1 by 11.
Yes,
Plan X Unit 4 by 12.
yes.
And that's the extent, correct?
Correct.
Do you see that as problematic? I mean, basically, it looks like to me then that you'd have retirement of Nichols Unit 1 in 2035, Nichols Unit 2 in 2036, Maddox Unit 1 in 2038, and Plant X Unit 4 in 2039. I mean, engineering wise, do you see a problem having almost consecutive? I mean, you skip 2037, but basically, you've got four plant retirements within like a 5-year period.
Yes. It's similar layout to what we have right now. Extending them out that long to those specific dates It goes into the model that Justin's team was working on, and that gives us the most flexibility to solution that issue that you're looking at as far as capacity and retiring those units all at that same time.
Do you ever come back and say, you know, we've looked at this and we had projected that we could go another 10 years, but we found a better way to get that generation. So we really want to go ahead and retire it now.
That's always a possibility based on continuous review of data, available data.
Or I wondered if like something major broke, or if you couldn't get some part that you had some big supply chain issue that you couldn't get something that you really needed to operate the plant efficiently. Could that happen?
It could happen. Hard to say for sure. As far as large components, we have a very talented team of supply chain professionals that help us with those tasks, but it's possible.
Well, I'm just wondering, I mean, over the years, I've seen a number of requests for extensions, but I don't know that I've ever seen an extension when you've gotten it where you come back and say, yeah, I really didn't want to extend it that long. Do you know if that happens frequently?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And all of the plants, the 4 plants that you're asking for, let's see, Nichols 1 is gas-fired steam. Nichols 2 is gas-fired steam. Maddox 1 is gas-fired steam. And Plant X Unit 4, they're all gas-fired steam.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I guess potentially if the cost of natural gas got so out of control, that might affect how long they might be operating.
I would assume so, yes.
And are any of these dual fuel?
I don't know if any of those 4 are.
Do you know if you still have dual fuel?
We do at Jones, and they're gas-fired boilers, sister plants to Nichols, but I don't believe Nichols, since they were built first, had that capability from the best of my knowledge.
Okay. And the alternative fuel sources for Jones?
Oh, so Jones has the capability to use fuel oil as well as natural gas in Jones 1 and 2.
Does anybody pretty much in the SPS area use fuel oil?
Jones 1 and 2 for emergencies, and then as well Quake County for emergencies. It's a simple cycle.
Okay, very well. Do you know, are any of these particular plant extensions going to get new BSS projects?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll come back when it's abandonment time, or someone, perhaps not me, someone will come back and talk with you about what happens about repurposing these 4 things beginning in 2035. Thank you, Mr. Tucker. That's all the questions I had for you. Ms. Hardy?
No redirect, Madam Examiner.
Very well. Any questions?
Madam Mayor Examiner, this is Katie Lang on behalf of staff. I just have a follow-up question after your discussion with Mr. Tucker.
Go ahead.
Mr. Tucker, of the extension programs or projects, do you know what percentage of these projects are to fulfill SPP reserve requirements?
Percentage-wise, I'm not sure. We need these projects for reliability, and I would assume that they would all go towards our reserve margins, summer and winter. But I can't speak on specific percentages.
Reliability, sorry, when you say it goes to let me backtrack. When you say it's for reliability and it would all go to reserve margins, can you explain that, please?
Sure. These plants are needed to maintain system reliability as far as meeting load that already exists today, as well as load projected in the future. I believe that's, discussed in more in depth, obviously, that you know about from Justin Gable's testimony. But if you were curious about how that reliability comes to play, is that what you're like the grid stability?
Correct.
Now that's getting out of my depth as far as the grid stability. I believe we have Jared Cooley could speak more on that question.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Is that it, Ms. Lane?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Yes, that is all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Not hearing anyone else. Mr. Tucker, your excuse, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Hardy, you have another witness.
We do. Our next witness is Mr. Jared Cooley. And if you can just give us a moment, we'll switch him out because he is going to be replacing Mr. Tucker in our witness room.
And I believe 5 parties reserved questions for reserved time for questions for Mr. Cooley.
That sounds correct.
I think we had 15 for CCAE. 15 for DOJ. $10 for Prosperity Works, 20 for staff, and 20 for WRA. Are we still switching out in the witness room?
I see Mr. Cooley there.
I'm here,
Okay.
Madam Hearing Examiner.
Very well. Good afternoon, Mr. Cooley. How are you?
I'm well, ma'am.
Good,
Your
good.
Honor.
Mr. Lee, could we please swear Mr. Cooley?
Mr. Cooley, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Ms. Hardy?
Mr. Cooley, can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Jared James Cooley.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Southwestern Public Service as the Senior Director of Strategic Planning.
Do you have a document in front of you that's marked as SPS Exhibit 20?
I do.
What is that document?
This is my direct testimony in this case.
Was it prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes,
And are there attachments to your direct testimony?
there are.
And
There's 7 of them.
okay. And were those documents prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your direct testimony?
Yes.
What are those, please?
One of them is on page 1, line 10. I state that at the time of creation of this direct testimony, I was the Director of Strategic Planning as previously stated, my new title is now Senior Director of Strategic Planning.
And what other changes do you have to your direct testimony?
The other change I have is in relation to the rebuttal testimony that was shared earlier by witness Gertz. It is on the line. It's page, I believe, 49. Let me get there. Yes, so page 49, question 13 or line 13 through 17. We are requesting that the commission issue an order for that the transmission line is necessary for public convenience and necessity in relation to the Potter to Tolk 345 kV transmission line. Mr. Gertz had spoken and included in his rebuttal testimony that that line is no longer identified as necessary and it was identified in the studies updated by the Southwest Power Pool. And so we're no longer looking to receive approval of a CCN for that line in this proceeding.
And with those changes, is your testimony true and correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If you were asked the questions in your direct testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Madam Examiner, I move the admission of SPS Exhibit 20.
In objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 20, Mr. Cooley's direct testimony as corrected by him and affirmed by him here today. Hearing no objections, SPS Exhibit 20 is admitted. Ms. Hardy?
Thank you. Mr. Cooley, do you have a document in front of you marked as SPS Exhibit 21?
I do.
What is that document, please?
This is the rebuttal testimony of Jared J. Cooley in this case.
Was that testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
It was.
Are there any attachments?
There are not.
Is your rebuttal testimony true and correct?
We lost Miss Hardy.
Correct, to the best of your knowledge.
Oh.
Okay, you froze up there for a minute, Ms. Hardy.
It froze for a moment.
Yep.
You have a message that my internet connection is unstable, but hopefully it stabilizes.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
I didn't hear Mr. Cooley. Where did I leave off?
True and correct.
Yes.
Okay. If you were asked the questions in your rebuttal testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Madam Examiner, I move the admission of SPS Exhibit 21.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 21? The rebuttal testimony of Mr. Cooley. Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 21 is admitted. Ms. Hardy?
Thank you. I have no further questions. Mr. Cooley is available for cross-examination.
Very well. Hearing Examiner Schaefer is now your host.
Thank you. So it looks like we have CCAE. Mr. Salin, do you have any questions for this witness?
CCAE does not. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you. Prosperity Works, you have reserved 10 minutes. Do you have any questions for this witness?
At this point in time, I do not, thanks to a variety of issues that occurred before this hearing.
Great. Staff, you had reserved 20 minutes for this witness. Do you have any questions?
Yes, sir. Actually, I had requested to move the 17-minute balance from Mr. Rozak to Mr. Cooley, but I don't think I'll need it, so we'll just start at 20 minutes if that is okay.
Sure, go ahead, Ms. Lang. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cooley, you must be the most fortunate of all the witnesses because so many of your upstream co-witnesses referred questions to you. So I would like to start there, if I may.
Sounds good.
Okay, let's start with Mr. Rozak. He was the first person to refer me to you. I don't know if you got a chance to observe the hearing so far.
I have been in and out, but I've observed a good portion of it.
Okay. So I had asked Mr. Rozak a question specifically about the Southwest Power Pool interconnection study documents, with particularly about the transmission lines J41, 42, and 43. Where in the interconnection study documents does it identify those three lines as required for Gaines interconnection?
I believe it's, I'm going to take us to my attachment JJC-3.
Okay.
I believe it's.
Let me pull that up real quick.
So that's on page 62 of my overall direct testimony plus attachments.
Bear with me. I need to direct testimonies SPS. Cooley.
If you want that on the record, Miss Lang, you need to say it louder.
I probably do, but I am not there yet, and of course my computer just froze. So Mr. Cooley, did you say 63? Page 63?
That is the cover page of my attachment JJC-3.
Let's see.
The projects themselves can be found on table 2 that starts on page 67 or page 6 of attachment JJC-3.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm going to move on and just looking ahead. What is SPS's plan for how these facilities will be treated in the next rate case?
So speaking broadly on the treatment in the rate case, these facilities are considered transmission network upgrades. And so these are transmission assets. How exactly will they be put into the future rate case? That is not something that I cover.
I see.
But these will be treated as I believe that they'll be treated as transmission serving generation. Beyond that, I cannot speak to exactly how and where they'll be filed in that future case.
Okay. Thank you. And do these new self-built facilities or projects serve a broader SPP pool system needs beyond the Gaines interconnection?
So these projects were identified and approved to be built or issued to SPS to be built because they were identified specifically in the generation interconnection process for the Southwest Power Pool. In particular, it was the DICES 2020 cluster, and that's what the Gaines County generation facility was studied in. Broadly, sorry, I'll just backtrack another moment. So these were identified and issued to SPS as necessary for the interconnection, reliable interconnection, and the export of energy from Gaines County to the transmission grid. Once a transmission asset goes in service, it then can provide a variety of benefits to the system. So the original driver is tied to the interconnection of Gaines County. But once it's online, transmission assets can provide parallel paths, alternative sources of energy, or for energy to get to load, contingency benefits, ability to address different flow gates, serve new load, allow new generation to interconnect. Multiple different reasons.
Thank you. I would now like to move to a question I asked Mr. Rodriguez, all back on day one. Did you get a chance to observe that?
I observed some of his.
Okay. I asked a recross, I guess, in response to Ms. Lynch's question in him about the differences between the nameplate and accredited capacity. This is regarding Mr. Rodriguez's testimony. There's a table on page 38 that shows the two different numbers. I just had a question about, there were maybe three columns that showed a huge difference between the nameplate capacity and accredited capacity. Do you recall that?
I do not.
Okay.
Can I see that?
Let's see. Don't think I have the capability of sharing, but Mr. Hearing Examiner, is there a way I could share my screen?
So are you referring to tables in Mr. Cooley's testimony?
In Mr. Rodriguez's testimony, I had asked him about this, but he referred me to Mr. Cooley. I can ask a general question, actually, in general.
Let's start with a general question, and
Sure.
then I'll see if I can assist with getting what you're looking at on the screen if we need it.
There was a big difference in 2 or 3 columns between the accredited capacity and the nameplate capacity. And in general, why does that happen?
Can you provide, since I don't have the table, can you provide a little guidance on maybe what the asset types were that you're referring to?
Sure. I am reading. So let's go to, I'm looking at Sandy Loam, for example. Nameplate capacity per the table says 189, but the summer and winter accredited capacities are 5. Do you know why that happens theoretically or in general?
Yes, I can speak theoretically on that topic. So when we are so the Southwest Power Pool has created what is called performance-based accreditation. I think Mr. Gable has spoken about this in his direct testimony, but performance-based accreditation is how we identify the accreditation relative to meeting our planning reserve margin requirements for thermal-based resources. And we use ELCC, or effective load carrying capability, calculations for renewables and batteries. In relation to Sandy Loam, since it's a renewable asset, it would be governed underneath ELCC. Now, the thing about Sandy Loam is it's also characterized as a surplus resource partnered behind, I believe it's Plant X4. Plant X4 is a thermal-based resource. So when we compare thermal-based resources of nameplate versus accreditation, typically we get, I'm going to speak hypothetically because I don't have the table in front of me, around maybe a 90% accreditation for thermal-based resources to their nameplate. And so when you partner a surplus asset, surplus can be utilized either for an energy purposes or for capacity purposes. What you're referring to, that 5 megawatts, is capacity. And so that capacity is squeezed down to that very low value because we cannot exceed, SPP does not allow us to grant capacity greater than the nameplate of the point of interconnection. So Plant X4, its nameplate or its interconnection governs how much accredited capacity can you grant. So we start with what the X4 units of capacity accreditation is already allowed due to the underneath performance-based accreditation. And then what is ever left, we can throw another asset there, in this case, Sandy Loam. And that's why Sandy Loam is only granted a small amount, because the Plant X accredited capacity plus the Sandy Loam equals the full interconnection limit at that location.
Ms. Lang, let me just interrupt for a second. I believe I've allowed you to share your screen if you'd like to show that to Mr. Cooley.
Let's see, share screen. Let me do that and then share. Okay, I'm not, did that work?
Yes, ma'am. I can see your screen.
Okay, so we were talking about Sandy Loam. So I don't need to tell you I'm not an engineer. So help me understand. So when Sandy Loam goes from 189 to 5, it's not that it's not producing 189, it's that there are limitations based on it because of it's a POI and how that relates to the SPP. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
Sorry, can you please, I know it's, yeah, can you please repeat that?
Okay, so with regard to Sandy Loam, its point of interconnection is Plant X4, correct?
That is my understanding.
Okay, so the 189 we're seeing is the total possible capacity that generation source can produce. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the 5 is what, it's not what it's actually producing, it's what SPP is allowing it to be credited. Is that correct?
Yes, accredited toward meeting our planning reserve requirements.
Okay. What happens to the other balance, 184 megawatts?
At this time, it's unutilized for meeting our planning reserve requirements, since we're maximizing the capacity accreditation at the Plant X point of interconnection. That could be addressed by increasing the interconnection at Plant X to a higher value. It could be addressed by if Sandy Loam entered into the generation interconnection process as its own asset and got its own point of interconnection. At that point, then it would be able to be fully utilizing its nameplate up to the ELCC calculation.
Lang, pardon my interruption, but let me just ask the witness, Mr. Cooley, what would it take for that to happen?
Sorry, Mr. Herringhammer, for it to go into the DICES?
To receive the full or to maximize the megawatt generation from Sandy Loam. If I understood you correctly, you're saying that there's a limitation based on the interconnection capacity. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So maybe just walk us through what would have to happen on an infrastructure basis or an engineering basis to increase the ability to use the available megawatts from Sandy Loam.
Yeah. So today's process would involve going through what is called the DICES, the definitive definitive interconnection system impact study. It's governed by the Southwest Power Pool, the DICES process. So you would have to enter in as a new point of interconnection and then walk through that study process. That study process historically has taken many years. It is starting to get a little bit faster. But I guess going forward, though, the Southwest Power Pool is hoping to transition to a new study process called the consolidated planning process, which would then study generation and load together and hopefully issue generation interconnection agreements within a year and a half. And so that is possible that a surplus request could enter into the DICES or the future CPP process. And then once that study is completed and the identified network upgrades are identified, the asset could transition after all those network upgrades, similar to what were assigned to Gaines County, are built. And then at that point, the asset would be on its own. It wouldn't be sharing a point of interconnection with another unit like we are in this case with Plant X4 and Sandy Loam. And so then it would be the capacity granted to Sandy Loam would be purely based upon its ELCC calculations.
So, please forgive me, Ms. Lang, this does not impinge upon your time, but if I understand correctly, Mr. Cool, you're saying that the full use of Sandy Loam will not be possible until there's a new interconnection process and determination. Is that right?
From a capacity standpoint, the full ELCC accredited value of Sandy Loam, from my opinion, and based off the information that I'm aware of at the moment, yeah, we cannot fully utilize that unless the point of interconnection is increased for Plant X gas, or Sandy Loam receives its own point of interconnection. Sorry, sir, I cannot hear you. I think you're muted.
I said,
sorry, Your Honor.
Mr. Cooley, and thank you, Ms. Lang, for accommodating my.
Not at all. Those were actually, I was going to ask those questions and you beat me to it. So I have a follow-up question, Mr. Cooley. Now that Oneida 2 is, I guess, I don't know, is canceled the right terminology? Let's just go with that. Now that Oneida 2 is canceled, do you think SPP would, I guess, open up the floodgates a little bit for Sandy Loam as in a capacity point of interconnection for the SPP?
So Oneida 2's point of interconnection was at a different physical location. SPP grants capacity based off of the point of interconnection. So if they're not, it is very based upon where it's at and what is the generation interconnection agreement. Oneida 2, similar to Sandy Loam, was both characterized as a surplus asset, which means it's behind a point of interconnection that's already been granted to another resource. So just because a project is pulled out does not automatically mean another project within the SPS service territory can be granted additional capacity.
Thank you. And I'm actually going to the questions I actually had for you. So, could you look at page 19 of your direct testimony, please?
Yes, just a moment. Page 19?
Yes.
I am there.
Okay, so 19 is actually a continuation of discussion on page 18 where you talk about the cone factor.
I see that.
Yes. So on page 19, line 2, you say the cone factor may be updated as soon as November 2025, and I was just wondering if it indeed got updated.
Yes, great question. There is a Southwest Power Pool Board of Directors meeting. I can't remember if it was at the early November meeting or in the December meeting, but a new cone value was approved by the Southwest Power Pool.
Do you know what that is?
I think it's around $138 per kW, subject to check.
Did it go up?
It did.
Okay, why? Do you know?
So I I will answer to the best of my abilities. Mr. Gable would be closer, but I will take my best stab at it. So the Southwest Power Pool is actually creating an entire methodology documentation around how to update Cone. Cone itself is currently derived by the Southwest Power Pool, reviewed by stakeholders, and ultimately approved by the Southwest Power Pool Board of Directors. My understanding is that one of the primary drivers to the Cone increase is due to comparisons to how much a combustion turbine costs in the market today. I believe that that was one of the key drivers. There are a number of other variables that were discussed. I don't have them in front of me.
Thank you, that's helpful.
I'll also just highlight that this cone value had actually not changed in, I believe, 5 years. I believe it was last up, it might even be 6 years. It had been quite a while since the Southwest Power Pool had updated this number.
Thank you. I have a question about transmission lines, particularly about Oneida 2.
Sorry, I missed that for a second. Did you say Oneida 2?
Correct.
Okay.
And this is in your rebuttal, page 9.
2 minutes, Ms. Lang. 2 minutes. 2 minutes left.
Could I move the banked 17 minutes from Mr. Warzak to Mr. Cooley, please?
Go ahead, Ms. Lang.
Thank you. So in your rebuttal, page 9, lines 1 to 6. You talk about how no portion of the New Mexico 345 kilovolt build out relies on Oneida 2. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then I guess my question is, could you help me understand how the removal of Oneida 2's production capacity does not impact the transmission line's power flows or voltage performance and things like that?
You had a couple of things in there. So how the removal of Oneida 2 does not impact the power flow or voltage.
Let's start with power flow. Yeah, let's start with power flow.
Okay. So just to circle on J41, J42, and J43, those are transmission network upgrades, again, identified specifically out of the generation interconnection study for the 2020 DICES. And they are 100% assigned to Gaines County. In that study, Oneida 2 was not in the models. Oneida 2 does not exist to date in any SPP transmission planning or generation models. It's a surplus request that we haven't submitted to the Southwest Power Pool pending approval in these cases. So Oneida 2 is not baked into any of the models, so the removal of it does not cause any changes to the dispatches or topology in those studies. Additionally, Oneida 2, because it is a surplus project, does not drive new transmission network upgrades. The way a surplus project is identified, it actually has its own separate path to being approved. And I talk about this in my direct testimony about how the surplus path is faster than a DICES or new generation interconnection process because it does not require new transmission network upgrades. It's utilizing the transmission network upgrades already identified and built from the generator that it's connecting behind, similar to the example of Plant X4 and Sandy Loam. Plant X4 already had built out the transmission in that area to support their interconnection and their exporting of their megawatts to the system. So when you put a surplus there, you're still governed to that nameplate of the existing generator. So you can't put more energy onto the system, therefore you don't need to build new transmission.
Got it. Thank you. I have a question about, we got to come up with a better name, the J41, 42, 43 segments. the J's. Can you tell us, please, what specific constraints or elements in the SPP power flow studies drove the need for those, the three J's?
Yeah. So Gaines County was submitted into the generation interconnection process as connecting to what we call, I believe, the R4 line, which is a 230 line that connects from Hobbs substation to the Andrews substation. I think I have a map in my direct testimony. Please hold for a moment. It's one of my attachments. Let's try JJC4 first. Okay, so on attachment JJC4, let me know when you've pulled up that map.
JJC4 is, let's see, 90. Bear with me, I'm
It's
getting
pulled out, Mr. Cooley. I have it here.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you, Your Honor.
That's very helpful. Appreciate it. Yes, I'm there.
So on this drawing, you can see Hobbs Gen or Hobbs Substation located kind of on the northern part of the drawing. You have Gaines County Sidewinder, which is where Gaines County will interconnect. There's the Andrews Substation, and then you have the Roadrunner Substation on the bottom. And then the appropriate J41, 42, and 43 identifiers. So Gaines County is a 1,003 megawatt unit. It was identified connecting into an existing 230 kV transmission line. The 230 kV transmission line, per studies, does not have adequate capacity on the line, which means its rating is too low to handle 1,003 megawatts. And so it was identified that also, when the line was originally built, R04 is actually designed to operate at 345, but it was actually operated at 230 at the time due to the needs of the system. And so the line is originally built for 345. So when Gaines wants to interconnect to the 230 system, it overloads it, which means it puts the 1,003 megawatts interconnected would exceed the ratings of the existing transmission line. So either an upgrade or a new transmission line is needed. In this case, the Southwest Power Pool identified, I think in collaboration with SPS, let's re-energize that 230 at 345 kV. And that's what's happening with the J42 section. So that works. Of 345 kV transmission line typically can handle 1,700 MVA. 1,700 is greater than 1,000. So we meet that requirement. The line is big enough to handle Gaines County. But what happens is contingency analysis. If you lose that 345 connecting Gaines to Hobbs, that 1,000 megawatts needs to flow somewhere. In this case, it could flow down into Andrews, which again has rating issues where we'd be overloading existing facilities. And so that's where the concept of building a 345 from Andrews down to Roadrunner, connecting to another 345 kV substation. This way, under a contingency analysis, if you lose either section from Hobbs to Andrews, Hobbs to Gaines, Gaines to Andrews, or Andrews to Roadrunner, you don't overload another transmission line. That is one of the basis of the NERC standards, TPL 001-5, where the system has to be able to withstand N-1 or single contingencies on the transmission system.
Thank you. And I need to think how I have this idea of how I want to ask it, but so in your rebuttal, page 9, line 7 to 10, you rely on the GAINS GIA, the generator interconnection agreement, to say that upgrades are required, the ones that we just saw, required for GAINS, because it addresses, for the reasons you just discussed. In your opinion, does that in itself prove that these upgrades are required for New Mexico?
No. My background is historically in transmission planning. I used to be the transmission planning manager actually for SPS before my current role. We build transmission to serve the needs of the SPS system or the overall transmission grid. So when transmission is identified, it is identified for the betterment of the system. We've identified significant amounts of transmission over the years in both Texas and New Mexico for resiliency, redundancy to serve load. Sometimes those projects are physically located in Texas, sometimes they're physically located in New Mexico, sometimes they cross the border. So these assets, J41, 42, 43, although physically located in New Mexico, do provide benefits to the overall system, which includes Texas.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
You, Ms. Lang, you have used all but 7 minutes of that extra time. And Ms. Beatles, I believe that I overlooked you. Do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Ms. Beatles. I believe you reserved 20 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cooley. I'm Sydney Beatles. I represent Western Resource Advocates in this proceeding.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
And Western Resource Advocates presented the testimony of Nick Miller, and you responded to some of Mr. Miller's recommendations or testimony in your rebuttal. Is that right?
That is correct.
So I'm going to start by referring you to page 4 of your rebuttal testimony, where you're referring to the 765 kV line. And let's start with that. So when you refer to the 765 kV line, what project are you specifically referring to?
So I believe, briefly talk about in my direct testimony, but the 765 kV transmission line is called the Potter to Crossroads to Phantom 765 kV transmission line.
And that is a project that is being planned by Southwest Power Pool?
It is a new transmission line that was planned by the Southwest Power Pool as part of their 2024 integrated transmission planning study, which was completed in November of 2024. In that study, they identified the need for that new transmission line in the SPS service territory. And then SPP issued a notification to construct to SPS to build the project.
And when is it roughly expected to be constructed and ultimately in operation?
I was hoping I wrote in my rebuttal, but the current approved date for the 765 kV transmission line is shooting for May 2031.
On lines 5 and 6, of your rebuttal testimony, page 4, you state that it is not ripe for consideration in this proceeding contrary to Mr. Miller's proposal, right?
That is what I wrote.
Do you agree that Mr. Miller does not suggest in his testimony that the 765 kV line is an alternative to any of the transmission projects proposed in this case?
I don't remember everything Mr. Miller wrote in relation to the 765 kV transmission line. I believe he asked that we, looking on page 13, I do highlight that Mr. Miller's testimony said that SPS should evaluate regional transmission plans, in particular the 765 kV line.
So referring to his testimony on that page that you just mentioned, starting on page 13, is it accurate to state that Mr. Miller noted that the SPS study for gains did not include the 765 kV line and that it would be prudent to consider it in the design of the gains project?
Actually, I'd like to add two things there. The Southwest Power Pool does identify the need for the 765 kV line in the generation interconnection agreement with, or actually in the, I believe it's in the facility study. Let me go check. So on page 70 of my direct testimony, attachment JJC-3, in table 4, SPP does identify the Phantom to Crossroads of Powder 765 kV line as a contingent network upgrade. So it was utilized in the analysis for the Gaines County generation interconnection.
So
it was just not identified as needed within the generation interconnection study.
So you're saying that it was included in the you're saying that the 765 kV line was included in the SPS study for the Gaines project.
In the study performed by the Southwest Power Pool, per its inclusion in this table, I actually have not verified and opened the actual models, but per this table, they state that it's a contingent network upgrade.
So you're referring to an SPP study, right?
The Southwest Power Pool performs generation interconnection studies for SPS.
Okay.
That's one of the responsibilities of the Southwest Power Pool as our regional transmission operator.
Yeah, I was just trying to confirm that it was an SPP study, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you understand Mr. Miller's testimony to be that it would be prudent to consider this 765 kV line in the design of the Gaines project?
I understand that's what he says. They don't connect to each other in the fact that Gaines County already has the transmission identified by the Southwest Power Pool needed for interconnection, the J41, 42, and 43 transmission lines. The 765 kV line would not remove the need for those transmission lines. So
is that what you understood Mr. Miller's testimony to be, that it should be studied as an alternative to those 3 transmission lines?
No, but I don't see what the addition of the 765 kV line in the conversation for Gaines County does when looking at the interconnection of Gaines County or meeting the resource needs of this portfolio.
Well, let me refer you to page 14 of Mr. Miller's testimony, if you wouldn't mind, lines 5 through 7.
I don't have that in front of me.
Could it come in front of you readily? Let me read you a sentence from it. How's that?
Okay.
Is that better? Okay. So I am reading from Mr. Miller's testimony, page 14, lines 5 through 7. The recommendations for maximizing transfer capability of the new 345 kV lines proposed in this application could possibly provide substantial benefits in the future with the 765 kV project added. So did you understand that to be Mr. Miller's recommendation?
I understand that sentence, what you just read, and I would agree that the 765 kV, when interconnecting to the existing 345 kV system, will bring benefits. They will work together to provide additional benefits to the area.
And do you understand that Mr. Miller made some recommendations of transmission technologies that should be studied for the Gaines project, including, let me see if I get this right, dynamic line rating, FACTS, FACTS, and GETS that maximize the carrying abilities of lines, and that they could provide benefits when the 765 kV line is added.
What was the question again?
Good question.
Do I understand that was
Yeah.
what he stated in his recommendation?
Yeah, did you see that in his testimony?
I did see that in his testimony.
And do you agree that Mr. Miller does not suggest in his testimony that the 765 kV line either should or should not be approved in this case?
Subject to rereading his entire testimony, I will agree that I don't think Mr. Miller was advocating for the 765 kV line to be approved in this case.
Okay, thank you. So does SPS recognize that the commission could limit its approval of Gaines to a smaller size instead of the full 1,160 megawatts proposed in this case?
I believe that would be a possibility.
And I think in your rebuttal, you're making the point that even if Gaines is denied, the 3 related transmission lines may still be required by SPP. Is that right?
Yes.
And SPS may still be required to construct them, even if Gaines is denied or reduced.
If Gaines is reduced but still moving forward, the Southwest Power Pool does not allow you to resize your generator after the fact. And so that we would be held to what was identified in the DICES studies and outlined in the generation interconnection agreement. If the generator was not approved by New Mexico, there is a possibility that it still happens. It still is built under a different, approval structure. And at that point, the transmission lines would still be needed.
And if Gaines is denied and it's still needed and SPP determines that it's still required, how would the cost of those lines be allocated?
I don't know.
And I guess, let me ask this question. I'm referring to my understanding of the highway byway cost allocation. So if Gaines is denied, but SPP determines those three transmission lines are still required, would the cost be allocated, would responsibility for the cost be allocated to other SPP members and not just SPS?
No, the J41, J42, and J43 transmission lines were identified out of the generation interconnection process. Those costs are assigned directly to the generator. So they are not subject to cost allocation to the region.
But if the generator were to be denied?
If the generator was completely denied by both jurisdictions, and the project itself is not in Gaines County as a generator is not moving forward, we would likely have to go to the Southwest Power Pool and ask to cancel our generation interconnection agreement. There would be a possibility that those lines come forward again for local reliability purposes due to load growth in the area. However, it's not a guarantee that the exact same facilities would be re-identified and as needed in the future if Gaines County does not exist in its entirety.
Thank you for that clarification and explanation. And I have no further questions, Hearing Examiner Schaefer. Thank you, Mr. Cooley.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Beatles. You used 14 minutes of your 20 minutes. One moment, Ms. Drake. Mr. Harris, you had reserved 15 minutes for this witness. Do you have any questions?
Just a few, yes.
Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Mr. Cooley.
Good morning, sir, or good afternoon, sir.
My name is Brian Harris, and I represent the ratepayer interest in New Mexico, the residential ratepayer. Early in your direct testimony, you introduced the concept of load pockets on the system. Do you remember that?
Can you point me to a page or line number?
Of course, it's page 7, line 12 through 13.
A moment. Okay, I see it.
And now I'm skipping ahead to page 57, where you talk about, well, just let me know when you're there.
I am on page 57.
Okay, on line 2, you talk about the rapidly growing load in southeast New Mexico.
I see it.
Would you be able to say whether that's because of gas field electrification or a growth in residential ratepayers?
I would say that my understanding is that a large amount of the new load in southeast New Mexico is driven by oil and gas operations and electrification.
And so does that mean that the activity within a pocket is intensifying or that the pocket itself is expanding?
I take your question to refer to generally a load pocket primarily just in southeast New Mexico.
Yes, sir.
And your question is the pocket expanding or is the load growth within that pocket growing?
Right.
Use the word intensifying.
That's an accurate.
One at a time, gentlemen.
Sorry.
Sorry, sir. I will say that my understanding, I do not see the load pocket as expanding. I see that the load within the load pocket as growing.
So as a general proposition, would you say a utility's economic viability or profitability is closely related to population density?
Objection.
Ms. Hardy?
That is far outside the scope of Mr. Cooley's testimony regarding transmission of the Southwest Power Pool.
May I
Mr.
respond?
Harris, do you have a response? Yes.
We're talking about load pockets here and the economic activity in them. And
Okay, Mr. Harris, before we describe the question, let's just respond to the objection.
I think it's a reasonable inference to talk about population density and profitability from the notion of load pockets.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection. Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
Okay. Mr. Cooley, can you agree that the Gaines County generating resource is going to serve primarily the oil and gas industry in the Permian Basin?
Objection.
Sorry.
I think that's a confusing and vague question with respect to a resource primarily serving one industry.
Mr. Harris, would you like to respond?
Mr. Cooley, does that question confuse you?
Wait a second, Mr. Harris. Before you ask Mr. Cooley another question, do you have a response to Ms. Hardy's objection?
Well, it seems pretty focused and simple to me. I don't see what would cause the confusion.
May I
Okay,
also
well,
add, oh, I'm
go ahead, Ms.
sorry.
Hardy. Go ahead.
Also, Mr. Cooley is a transmission expert. He's not testifying about specifically these generation projects. His focus is on transmission.
Well, I would also add that Mr. Cooley did mention at 4:53 that he said, quote, "I would say that my understanding is that a large amount of the new load in southeast New Mexico is driven by oil and gas operations and electrification." So I believe he already answered the question, Mr. Harris. So I'm going to sustain the objection, and please proceed with your questions.
Mr. Cooley, do you have any opinion on how SPS intends to allocate the costs of the Gaines plant and the transmission lines that will be running from it?
That is not my emphasis or my background. As I spoke before, the transmission is expected to be allocated to SPS, not to the highway byway methodology, as Ms. Beatles described. But beyond that, it is not my responsibilities within my job duties for how those costs will be allocated to customers.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harris. I believe all the parties that wish to ask questions did so. Is that correct? Did I miss anybody? Ms. Drake?
Yes, sir. I'm wondering, and I know it's 5 o'clock, so everybody's going to hate me, but I only have a couple of things that I'd like to follow up on from Ms. Beadle's testimony. So would you grant me a couple of minutes to ask a question or two?
How much time do you need, Ms. Drake?
4 minutes?
Okay, you have 4 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Cooley. Good to see you again.
Good evening, ma'am. Nice to see you as well.
So I'm just following up on something that Ms. Beatles asked you. And this is about the J43 transmission line. And is it correct that that transmission line, J43, is designed to transmit energy from the Gaines County plant?
J43 is physically connecting to the Andrews substation to the Roadrunner substation. which are both transmission facilities.
And will it transmit energy from the Gaines County plant?
So the Gaines County plant interconnects to the transmission grid, and then that energy will be facilitated along J41, J42, J43, and other transmission lines in the area.
Understood. Did I hear you correctly that if the Gaines County plant is not built, you would not construct the J43 transmission line?
So if the knee driver for J41, J42, and the J43, as you identified, are currently exclusively driven by the generation interconnection study performed by the Southwest Power Pool for Gaines County. If Gaines County completely goes away, the knee driver for those lines also goes away. Again, as I spoke to Ms. Beatles, I believe that line could come back in an additional transmission planning study because of reliability challenges in that area.
Thank you. And the Gaines County plant will be located in Texas, correct?
That is my understanding.
Thank you. That's all I had, sir. Did I make it within 4 minutes?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Ms. Zorn, you have your hand raised?
Yes, I just had one question. Can I use that spare moment that Joan left behind for one question?
Ms. Zorn. Go ahead and ask your question.
Yes, this is in following up in the hearing examiner asking about the limited interconnection when pairing surplus resources with another generator. My question is SPS leaving money on the table and not seeking to get surplus renewable resources accredited capacity by entering the DICE's queue after these resources are interconnected when they receive I'm sorry, I'm trying to, one more time, slow.
Wait a second. Let's just take a breath, ask the question, take it easy, okay, nice and slow. The simpler the question, the better. Go ahead, Ms. Orr.
All right, thank you. That's great advice. I was really trying not to take too long. So the question is whether SPS is leaving money on the table when you get low accreditation, like only 5%, and not seeking to enter the DICE's queue and trying to get a separate interconnection for resources with high capacity, but low accredited capacity.
Objection.
Sorry.
The question is vague, confusing. I don't know what it means to leave money on the table. I think it's compound. There are many problems, I think, with that question. And I also think that it is outside the scope of Mr. Cooley's testimony.
Ms. Orr, would you like to respond?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, let me simplify it, if I may.
Go ahead.
Might it be cost effective to seek accreditation if you have low capacity accreditation on a resource like we've been talking about? If you know.
You're asking, could it be valuable to take a resource that is limited in its accredited capacity or capacity being attributed to the planning reserve margin and possibly identify a new point of interconnection for that?
Well,
I would say, sorry, I'll answer this question as I think I was hearing it. I will say that, and I talked about this in my direct testimony, surplus interconnection and generation replacement methodologies with the Southwest Power Pool are more cost effective to do than new generation interconnections. As you can see with Gaines County, you can have hundreds of millions of dollars identified as new transmission upgrades when a replacement or a surplus request have $0 associated with new transmission. Now, what I will say is that for SPS and our solutioning of this RFP, we took the bids as submitted, and if they were surplus, that's what they are today. Nothing precludes us in the future of looking at assets, if approved, and identifying, can we reconfigure this generator in the future to possibly maximize? But that wasn't, my understanding is that was not how those assets were originally submitted in the RFP. But we could in the future, if the company or somebody felt that that was a cost-effective use, we could transition an asset from a surplus to its own point of interconnection.
Thank you for your
Thank you, Mr.
answer.
Cooley.
Thank you, hearing examiner.
Warren. Thank you. Okay, I believe all the parties that registered and didn't register have asked their questions of Mr. Cooley. I have no questions for this witness, and I don't believe any of the commissioners are with us. Ms. Hardy, do you have any redirect for your witness?
I do have some redirect, and I'm wondering if we want to do that now or if we want to have Mr. Cooley come back Monday morning. And I don't.
Well, that's a good question. Is Mr. Cooley available first thing on Monday morning?
He is, and we are having a blizzard here in Amarillo, so it might be preferable for him to come back Monday morning.
Okay, that's good to know. So we will then commence with redirect on Monday morning. And are there any, before we'll spend a few minutes off the record just to discuss some things. But in the meantime, are there any other pressing procedural issues that the parties would like to raise or share before we take a well-deserved break after our hearing this week? Ms. Amer?
Oh,
Yes, so can we just, since there have been so many changes, now go through the order of witnesses on Monday?
Yes, we can do that momentarily, and I was just thinking the same thing, Ms. Amer, so thank you for that. Any other thoughts or concerns? Mr. Stoffel? Ms. Miller, anybody? Okay, going once, going twice. We are in recess, and let's go off the record, Mr. Lee, and we can just discuss a couple things here momentarily. Ms. Hardy, can you, pursuant to Ms. Amer's curiosity, share with us what Monday and Tuesday may look like with respect to the order of witnesses?
Yes, I'd be happy to do that. I think so. We'll start on Monday with Mr. Cooley's redirect, and then we would present Mr. Dixon, Mr. Lytle, Mr. Merrill, Mr. Fisher, and Mr. Trowbridge, if we get that far.
Definitely take us through Monday and possibly Tuesday morning for anticipation and planning purposes. Any other thoughts or issues or matters to discuss before we fully recess and adjourn?
Not from SPS. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. Okay, well, I'll just say, if we weren't a family before this hearing, we are now. And I say that not just because of all the time we're spending together, but I would like to really express the gratitude of the commission for everybody, being so professional and working well together. I know there have been obviously moments of consternation or frustration, but I think we're really working through that. So please accept that expression of thanks from hearing examiner Hurst and myself and the commissioners as well. I would also say that I think we're moving pretty well in this case so far, and maybe I will knock on wood and say that we might even be able to finish before Friday of next week. So never say never, but I think everybody's time is valuable, and we respect everybody's time, and to have the kind of professional standards here that everybody has been demonstrating has made a big difference to that. I'll say also just a couple things, sort of housekeeping. Just check your mics because sometimes the mics come through a bit muffled on a consistent basis. So just check with that maybe on Monday, or if you have a minute over the weekend to make sure that we're all coming in loud and clear, and especially for the court reporter. So I don't think I have anything else to say. I don't want to belabor thoughts here, but thank you again, everybody. And we'll see everybody bright and early Monday at 9 a.m. Thanks, everybody.
Thank
Take care.
Thank you.